Now opening the February 19th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Is there an echo?
Yeah.
All right. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for our territorial land acknowledgement.
I acknowledge that the Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and the homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to learning how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
Thank you, Stacy. All right, thank you everyone for being here tonight. To start the meeting off, I'm going to have Superintendent Morales say a little bit about what has happened since yesterday and what's going to happen in the meeting tonight.
So thank you everyone for being here. Thank you to everyone who has emailed me. I think I read through last night, so anything today I have not read. I will not be able to respond as much as my heart desired was to respond to everybody, but we've read your I've read your emails and we've taken those into consideration. So yesterday we had two scenarios that the board proposed as part of the board study session. So this morning, Lisa August and the fiscal team met with our fiscal oversight, which is SCO, and in consultation with them, and we have been consulting with them all along. So the idea of like have SCO in the picture, they've been in the picture. They've been with us. Lisa meets with them at least a couple of times a month. We have an executive director from SCO that actually works very, very closely with us. And so in this meeting today, and Lisa will go into more detail after public comment, they provided us additional guidance and suggestions that we can take into consideration. And also in listening to the community, we're taking that into consideration as well. So what we're going to present after public comment takes into consideration something in between the two current proposals. So kind of stay tuned. If you leave after public comment, please stay tuned so you could hear what that is. But we have taken, consideration everything that has been shared, and SCO has provided us additional guidance, and that will be presented after public comment. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Superintendent. So we'll start with public comment. Because we are anticipating some new information and because it's really crucial that the board has a thorough discussion tonight, I am going to end public comment at 7:30. I think we can get it through everyone who I have here so far. I'm going to follow the same 1 minute as the last regular meeting. So again, skip the niceties. Tell us what you want us to hear. And again, I'm going to try to prioritize students by going back and forth between my two piles. So I will call a student first. First will be Lena Moreno, and then Sigrid Smith, and then Dean Jansen. So 1 minute each until 7:30. Is Lena here? Are you Lena?
I'm Dean.
You're Dean. Am I saying this wrong?
No, it looks like Lena Moreno.
I'm wondering if we need to call for folks outside.
Lena Moreno? Oh, he's going to be speaking for you. Okay, so.
Okay, I want to warn you, because this has come up, if you only get one comment. So if you speak for her, then you won't get your own comment as well.
Speak for me then. Sorry, Lena.
Lena, would you like to speak? All right, okay. All right, then we'll start with Dean and then Sigrid Smith and then Alicia Matunga. Go ahead, Dean.
Hello, my name is Dean Jansen. I am the ASB Vice President at Santa Rosa High School. While I am here representing Santa Rosa High, I would like to advocate for the specialized programs integrated here into our high schools. This district offers many specialized programs across its high schools, such as ARCOS at Santa Rosa High School, FFA both at LC Allen and SRCS, the IB program at Montgomery, and LC's healthcare program, among others. If the board decides to close a high school, it is crucial that all of these programs remain available at different school sites for our students. These specialized programs create smaller communities within our large schools. As a senior in the ARCOS Theater program, I have had the opportunity to grow alongside my 25 classmates. This small community has allowed me to have a more focused learning experience with my teachers, which has significantly contributed to my personal growth. It is important to recognize how crucial these specialized programs are for our students and growth and learning. They foster creativity, critical thinking, and prepare students for future challenges. I strongly encourage the board to prioritize for their preservation and support as they play an essential role in sharing well-rounded individuals in our high schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sigrid Smith, followed by Alicia Matunga, followed by Emma Thompson.
Hi, my name is Sigrid Smith, and I had a daughter that attended here in the early 90s. And then my grandson, he graduated about 5 years ago from LC Allen. And I just want to say that I truly, truly hope that somehow we can save every high school, because every high school is so important. But I love LC Allen High School. It has been such a blessing for the Southwest Santa Rosa. And it is just a phenomenal place for children to get an education. And I immigrated to this country so I can understand what a lot of people at LC were going through. I knew low English when I came to the United States. And because I was from Germany, I was called a Nazi many times. My mother was a Holocaust survivor. And I just really identified with the people from LC, because I know that my mother couldn't go to the meetings because she couldn't understand.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next is Alicia Matunga, followed by Emma Thompson, followed by Leah Gabriel.
Dr. Morales was released from her last district as superintendent after they faced fiscal issues, as many of us know. And yet the board still voted 5-1, and she is now making $32,620 more than she previously was. This is not to doubt Dr. Morales' abilities as a leader, but to question the district and why it is aimlessly giving people salaries that they have not earned. This is a part of our problem, and we cannot act like it isn't. I'm fully aware that majority of the board members, and the superintendent included, were not responsible for what anything has happened. You guys were handed this, and it's your responsibility to fix it now and to care for the youth in Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa is a family city, and as a member of this community, especially as a board member, it is your job to be here for the youth, and it is a privilege to be. It should not take a price tag to care about the kids, even though they are not yours. That being said, I think we need to take away we need to keep middle schools on the board and take away the option for 7 through 12s because it is harmful for the youth.
Thank you. Next is Emma Thompson, followed by Leah Gabriel, followed by Angel Ortega.
Now is the time to make the difference that you joined the board for. Our students of LC Allen High School need you to fight for them. The DO says that they want to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous people, yet they want to close the only school that is named after a Pomo woman. In 2016, Santa Rosa City Schools won an award for the district's Equity and Social Justice Initiative, but they're now trying to close a school with the highest number of marginalized students. Please, Mark. Please, Sarah. Please, Stephanie. Please, Roxanne. Please, Daisy. Please, Jeremy. And please, Nick. These students need you.
Thank you. Next is Leah Gabriel, followed by Angel Ortega, followed by Luis Eduardo Casillas Ambriz.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lía Rubí Gabriel y soy estudiante de la escuela Elsie Allen. La escuela Elsie Allen es una escuela bilingüe, por lo que brinda ayuda a muchos de los estudiantes recién llegados que son inmigrantes. Es la única escuela con un centro de apoyo para los estudiantes recién llegados. Es la única escuela que les brinda un folder el primer día de escuela y es la única en la que recibes un apoyo para poder ubicarte en la escuela, ya que es un poco grande. Elsie Allen se ha convertido en una comunidad. No simplemente somos una escuela, sino que nos damos apoyo entre todos. Gracias al centro escolar, todos son apoyo de todos y los estudiantes que llevan un poco más de tiempo en la escuela suelen ser de mucho apoyo para las trabajadoras sociales que trabajan en el centro. Y estos mismos estudiantes pueden ayudar a los nuevos a ubicarse en la escuela. La escuela no debe ser cerrada porque es un centro de apoyo y es una comunidad en la que todos nos apoyamos con todos. Necesitamos a Elsie Allen abierta por muchas razones. Muchas gracias.
Okay, I'm going to be reading what Leah Gabriel said. Okay. So SC Allen is the only school with the center that helps out the students that have just gotten here. It is the only school that brings in a folder for the first day of school, and it is the only school that receives help and services in ways that you can attend the school. LC Allen has also been helpful to the community thanks to the school center, all the help that it has given the students that have been here for a very little time. And the school has also given many help thanks to the workers, and the students are able to have a lot of mobility and are able to help out other students around the classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Angel Ortega, followed by Luis Eduardo Casillas Ambriz, followed by Rai Basham Mintz. Angel Ortega.
My name's Angel Ortega. Que viva la justicia, viva mi gente hermosa, viva el Cialan y muerta el racismo. School board, it is a shame that we are all here today. You've all gone on the record of wanting to save all the high schools. I hope you can stand on business and let your vote reflect that record tonight. In a time of heightened racism and constant attacks on education, I am disgusted to hear that you now plan to neuter an entire portion of this city of its educational needs. Your actions will uphold racism and white supremacy. Shameful. If you vote to close us, I implore you to come to my school tomorrow and tell all my kids why they don't need a school. If you don't have the courage to do that, I strongly urge you to reconsider your position on the board. Shout out Moreland, shout out Corby, shout out Sebastopol Road, shout out Santa Rosa, shout out Roseland, shout out LC Allen, shout out Southwest Santa Rosa.
Thank you. Next is Luis Eduardo Casillas Ambriz, followed by Rai Basham Mintz, followed by Bianca Zaragoza. Luis?
Mucho gusto, mi nombre es Luis Eduardo y vengo de parte de LC Allen High School. LC Allen no ha tenido la oportunidad de recibir la visita de ustedes, los miembros de la Junta. Se le acusa de ser una de las peores escuelas por estar al suroeste de Santa Rosa. Somos el colegio más discriminado por las comunidades y el distrito. Soy el rostro de LC Allen. LC Allen no es una mala escuela. De hecho, me atrevo a decir que es uno de los colegios más unidos. Tiene una comunidad increíble y un centro de soporte que te brinda la oportunidad Y ya. Gracias.
Thank you.
I'll be translating for Luis Eduardo. LC Allen has not had the opportunity to be visited by you, the board members. It is accused of being one of the worst schools because it is southwest of Santa Rosa. We are the schools most discriminated against by the communities and the district. I am the face of LC Allen. LC Allen is not a bad school. I dare say it is one of the most united schools. It has an incredible community and support center that gives you the opportunity.
Thank you. Next is Rai Basham Mintz, followed by Bianca Zaragoza, followed by Nicole Guest. Is Rai here? Or
Elsie Allen no ha tenido la oportunidad de que sea vista por alguien para que vea la realidad de las cosas. Elsie Allen está tachada de ser una de las peores escuelas por estar al suroeste de Santa Rosa. Somos la escuela más más pobre del distrito y por ende la que peor fama tiene. Pero la pregunta es, ¿alguien alguna vez ha querido ver la realidad de las cosas? Elsie Allen no es mala. De hecho, me atrevo a decir que es una de las escuelas más unidas, que tiene una comunidad increíble y centro de apoyo que te brinda la oportunidad de incluirte.
Okay, I'll be translating for Bianca. Elsie Allen has given us the opportunity, has not had the opportunity to be seen as a school for what it is in real life or real things. Elsie Allen is being seen as a school, as the worst school for being the school located in the south part of Santa Rosa. We are the school with the low income. That's why it has a low fame. But the question is, have you ever seen the real things? Elsie Allen is not a bad school. I am here to say that it is a school that is very united, it has a good community, and it has a great center that has helped many people feel included. Thank you.
thank you. So we'll go now to Rai, then Nicole Guest, then Maria Galicia.
At yesterday's study session, the topic of the community stigma towards Elsie Allen was a vote. I appreciate Jeremy for mentioning that the stigma is no fault of the school itself. That being said, if Elsie Allen is voted to be closed, does that decision not validate and reinforce that stigma? This is a moment where we as a community and you as a board can make a statement that says, we will not give in to this sentiment. Please make the right decision. Elsie Allen forever. Vamos Lobos.
Thank you. Next is Nicole Guest, followed by Maria Galicia, followed by Kathy Hayes.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Guest, and I'm a proud counselor at Elsie Allen High School. Elsie Allen High School serves the majority school population of the most marginalized, cast aside, and overlooked students in the city. Please keep Elsie Allen open to give these students a fighting chance at completing their education and at life after high school. Today's Press Democrat quoted students as saying they're more likely to drop out than be able to transport themselves to any other high school. The students, families, and the community deserve to be treated as equals, not less thans, not simply a number on paper that doesn't have a heart sustaining life, just as Elsie Allen sustains the life of Southwest Santa Rosa. You have the opportunity to do what is right by these students and to help end systemic racism, classism, discrimination, and oppression. Please reconsider and keep Elsie Allen High School open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maria Galicia, followed by Kathy Hayes, followed by Diego Argueta.
Hola, mi nombre es María Galicia, soy de Guatemala, llevo aquí viviendo 11 meses y la verdad cuando yo llegué aquí me sentía muy nerviosa porque solo hablaba español, no hablaba nada de inglés y la verdad puedo decir que en Elsie Island nos ayudan a no sentirnos tan mal desde el primer día y se encuentra apoyo no solo en la Fundación de Ayuda para Inmigrantes recién llegados, sino que también en cada uno de los maestros y consejeros. Y un claro ejemplo ha sido la ayuda que hemos recibido para los nervios que hemos tenido con el reciente cambio del nuevo presidente, ya que ellos han tratado de mantenernos informados para no tener tanto miedo y cada día nos ayudan a estar más unidos, a buscar igualdad entre todos. La verdad que creo que merecemos que dejen abierta nuestra escuela. Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be translating for Maria. She said, hi, my name is Maria. I'm from Guatemala. I've been here for 11 months. I just want to say that LC Allen has made me feel welcome since I came here. I knew no English. LC Allen has been helping me since day one, especially the teachers, counselors. For example, the counselors have been helping us feel less stressed and anxious because of the new president and for everything that's changing and going on. They have helped they have helped me feel less nervous. So that is why I asked to keep LC Allen open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kathy Hayes, followed by Diego Argueta, followed by Kamala Brown.
Throughout this process, LC Allen supporters have had to hear community members indicating that LC Allen students are bad, poor school, not valued, disposable. We work to have those comments roll off our shoulders as we've been doing for the last 30 years. Yesterday, we had the pleasure of hearing these comments amplified with board members sharing feedback from the community. Nobody wants to send their students to LC Allen. No one in the community supports LC Allen. School students not valued, that somehow these students just don't rate. What gives me absolute whiplash is that if LC Allen closes, LC Allen students will be told that their new school will welcome them, that they're wanted, that it won't be scary. Trust us, you're part of the community. All I can say is LC Allen students were listening yesterday. I don't understand why we continue to denigrate our Southwest students, their hopes, their accomplishments, their aspirations. LC Allen
Thank
students
you. Your
deserve
time is
better.
up. Next is Diego Argueta, followed by Kamala Brown, followed by Christian Diaz.
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, and my fellow students, today it is Judgment Day. A lot of us didn't want this scenario to happen, and for many of us, whether or not our schools close down, this is going to be a tough day for everyone. Since the announcement was made a few months ago, I have seen and heard everyone from elementary to high schoolers engaging in basically a civil war of who's going to make it through this Armageddon. Elementary, middle, and high schoolers are now going to be faced over the decision that the 6 people over there are going to be made. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to say this, but the best we can do is try and heal and lessen the wound that's about to hit us. And be kind to everyone. And I hate to say this, but there's no turning back.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Kamala Brown, followed by Christian Diaz, followed by Vince Figueroa.
Hi, I'm in my 8th year as a science teacher at LC Allen. I deeply love our school and our students. While I understand the appeal of closing LC Allen because at 1,000 students, we have the lowest number of students of the high schools, and therefore you might think that you are doing the least harm. I beg you to understand that we also have the most students who are least able to navigate a school closure because we have the most vulnerable and marginalized students. This is an example of equality versus equity. While the most equal thing to do would be to close LC Allen because you are hurting the least number of students, the truly equitable thing to do would be to not close us because you would cause the most harm to the highest number of vulnerable and marginalized students. This closure also will not save the money that you think it will, because some of our students will drop out.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Christian Diaz, followed by Vince Figueroa, followed by Carolyn Stark. Can someone, um, can someone get, okay, so let's start with Vince Figueroa for now.
Good evening. My name is Vince Figueroa. I'm a local business owner and the president of the LC Allen High School Foundation. I'm here tonight because closing LC Allen would be a devastating mistake, not just for the students, but for our entire community. LC Allen isn't just a school. It's a lifeline for first-generation students, low-income families, and at-risk youth who depend on it for opportunity and support. I know this because I was one of them. I grew up facing the same struggles that our students face today. My dad went to prison when I was a teenager. My brother was murdered due to drug and gang violence. I was on the same path until my school and my community stepped in and gave me a chance. That's exactly what LC Allen High School Foundation is doing for our students. This decision isn't just about budgets. These students already deal with transportation issues, financial struggles, and family responsibilities that make school very challenging. For many, LC Allen is their only real shot at a better future. Over the last 10 years—
Thank you. Your time is up. Do we have Christian Diaz yet? Let's go to Carolyn Stark while we wait.
Thank you. Over the past decade, the community support of the LC Allen High School Foundation has helped us transform the LC Allen High School into a place of opportunity and growth for students in South Santa Rosa. Together, we have built a $2 million endowment consisting of private funds that has expanded career pathways in vocational training, medical fields, and the trades, and provided vital support to teachers and the campus community. But now all of this is at risk should you choose to close LC Allen High School. If it is closed, South Santa Rosa will be left without a public high school. If it is closed, the most socioeconomically disadvantaged students in our district will be disproportionately impacted, and programs that prepare students for the workforce will be lost. If we keep it open, we continue expanding these career pathways and vocational training, and students in South Santa Rosa retain access to public high school education in the incredible momentum of our last decade.
Thank you. Your time is up. Can someone just signal me when we find Christian Diaz and I'll just keep going? Oh, we have them now? No, okay. So next is Merle Hayes, followed by Abril Inocencio, followed by John Letty.
LC Allen High School is a resource that after this many years, people still say, oh, where is that? Oh, they live over there. That high school's there. LC Allen had been reduced to they and them rather than 1,000 students that are enriched daily from their attendance at that school. Well, nobody will go there. Aren't you afraid to be a volunteer? No, it's one of the most joyous campuses that I have been on. And I've been on all the high school campuses as a volunteer at one time. So what are you going to do? Sprinkle 1,000 students around the other high schools like you did with the junior high schools? This is the only high school with no feeder junior high. So our kids go to 3 different junior highs. And so when you criticize the attendance, think about that, please.
Thank you. Next is Abril Inocencio, followed by John Letty, followed by Liliana Santiago.
I want to start by thanking Stephanie and Roxanne for being the only ones standing up for equity and fighting for all of our students. I am a proud first-generation graduate of LC Allen. 10 years ago, I walked those halls as a student who didn't see my own potential, but my teachers and coaches did. Because of them, I found confidence in my abilities, earned my degree, and became the youngest investment advisor at a private wealth management firm. I am proof of what LC Allen makes possible. The school board's mission is to ensure equitable access for all students, and that promise must be kept to every neighborhood, every family, and every child. Closing LC Allen isn't just shutting down a school, it's shutting down dreams. It's telling these students that their future does not matter. Jeremy, Mark, Nick, and Sarah, I am speaking directly to you. You are elected to serve all of these students, not just the ones who look like you, live near you, or share your socioeconomic status.
Thank you. Next is John Letty, followed by Liliana Santiago, followed by Patrick Atchison.
All right. Hi, my name is John Letty. I am an LC Allen graduate from 2020, and I strongly urge the board not to close any high school, especially LC Allen High School. LC Allen right now is the only public high school south of Highway 12, with CCLA moving out of Southwest Santa Rosa next year. LC Allen is the only non-elementary in the south of Highway 12. If you close LC Allen, our district has 0 representation south of Highway 12. This is a third of the city that the district will now decide that we are abandoning because of budget concerns. Most of the population that is useful lives south of Highway 12. We will be throwing this population away. LC Allen has the most students of high school age currently living in the current district. To account for this, that we will be asking for Northside High Schools to basically gerrymander south of Highway 12 to reach the numbers. Every single high school will be over capacity next year, even some by 25%.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Liliana Santiago, followed by Patrick Atchison, followed by Shantavi Fornado.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Liliana Santiago y soy presidente de ILAC y TILAC represented por Viela School. Nuestra comunidad se siente irrespetada y no valorada. Parece que ustedes habían hecho su decisión desde el principio y solo se burlaron de nosotros. Los estudiantes de Viela nunca en verdad tuvieron un chance. Parece que en todos los escenarios, cada uno de ellos incluía cerrar Viela. Queremos saber por qué. ¿Podemos tener esa respuesta, por favor? ¿Acaso nuestros niños no valen lo mismo que los otros? Y la respuesta hoy es sin corazón. Quieren sacar a nuestros niños para meter a otra escuela ahí. ¿Cómo esto tiene sentido? ¿Le pueden explicar eso a mi niño de 7 años? ¿Qué respuesta le voy a dar? Que lo sacan para que metan otra escuela ahí. Por favor, prueben a nuestros niños que ellos valen también. ¿Podrían considerar emerger estas 2 escuelas juntas y compartir las facilidades? ¿Podrían considerar?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Our community feels disrespected and not valued. It looks like you made your decision since the beginning and we were played this because Biela students really never had a chance. We need to know why in all the potential scenarios, all of them included closing our school. The answer right now looks unfair, shocking, and heartless. Our kids are going to be kicked out to move to another school. How does this make sense to our children? How? Please explain this to my kid. Are our children worthless? Why can't these 2 schools be consolidated and share facilities? Please, please prove our students that they matter. Why is this scenario not being considered?
Thank you. Next is Patrick Atchison, followed by Shantavi Fornado, followed by Catherine Nguyen.
As a white man and a person of privilege with only one job, I have had the express ability to advocate for LC Allen High School. Many of the parents at LC Allen can't do that. Many are afraid of ICE and this current administration. Many work multiple jobs and do not have time to advocate for their child's school. Please keep in mind that many of the loudest and sometimes hateful voices have been heard on repeat at these meetings and at our attendance office. Just because LC Allen parents are working to survive does not mean that they don't care. Their voices matter too. LC Allen students don't deserve to be collateral damage for the district's financial mismanagement. Keep all high schools open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shantavi Fernando, followed by Catherine Nguyen, followed by Ryan Scott.
Good evening. My name is Shantavi. I'm first generation Cambodian raised in Roseland. And I'm here as a former student body president, a community member, a mother, and someone who deeply understands the impact LC Allen has had on generations of young people. LC Allen isn't just a school, it's a home, a community, a place that has given hope and opportunity to students who are often overlooked. For decades, it has been a lifeline for first-gen students, for immigrant families, for kids who needed to see that their futures mattered. And now, once again, we're seeing decision makers prioritize profit and convenience over people. Let's be transparent. Closing LC Allen is a direct attack on communities of color, on working class families, on the very students who need the most support. This is how systematic racism operates. We are not disposable. Si se puede.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Nguyen, followed by Ryan Scott, followed by Logan Caper.
I am a daughter of boat refugees who have lived in Santa Rosa for over 40 years. I was the first in my family to attend college after graduating from LC Allen. I have a bachelor's from UC Berkeley. My master's degree allows me to serve our community as a mental health therapist. I grew up in Roseland and call Southwest Santa Rosa home. I share these details to counter the prejudice that has condemned LC since its inception. My fellow Lobos serve this county as nurses, activists, social workers, professors, and more. We will not stand by as you dehumanize us and strip us of our dignity by denying us equal access to resources. Your actions are the ground on which you stand. They will either uplift the residents of Southwest Santa Rosa or further perpetuate the systemic racial and economic disparities that continue to plague our communities.
Thank you. Next is Ryan Scott, followed by Logan Caper, followed by Noel Tamba.
Hi, my name is Ryan Scott. I stand before you today as an educator and a concerned member of this community, and I urge you to reconsider the proposed closure of LC Allen High School. It is a community cornerstone, a vital resource for our students and families. To close it would not only strip away the educational opportunities for hundreds of children, but also tear apart the fabric of the surrounding neighborhoods. LC Allen is the only high school south of Highway 12. Closing it would force students to travel much further, significantly increasing their commute time that could be spent studying, engaging in after-school programs, or simply being a teenager. For many of these students, the school is not just a place to learn, but a sanctuary providing critical services and a sense of safety. These are essential in a community where resources are already stretched thin. The reality is that closing LC Allen disproportionately impacts an already marginalized community. The board's proposed action shows a disturbing disregard for the needs of these students. To close a school that is a long lifeline to these families, leaving wealthier areas untouched, is a clear example of inequality.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Logan Caper, followed by Noel Tamba, followed by Brent Stewart. Go ahead.
My name is Logan Caper. I'm in my 8th year teaching science at Slater. Let's talk about numbers. Using data from the California Department of Education, the average number of students enrolled in a 9 through 12 high school in California is 1,335. That's 334-ish students per grade level. When we look at 7 through 12 schools in our state, the average enrollment drops to 650. That's 108 students per grade level. We can assume most of these 7 through 12 schools were purpose-built to house these students, to give middle schoolers the space they need to become young adults ready for higher grades. If Slater and Montgomery merge, their enrollment would be roughly 2,000 to 2,200, 3 times the state average for a 7 through 12 high school. I will repeat one thing my colleagues have already said to the board. If the proposed 7 through 12 grade merger is not just a logistical shift, it is a direct threat to the safety and well-being of our middle school students. We're throwing our younger adolescents to the wolves, no offense to the majority of our high schoolers, without a care for their safety.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Noel Tamba, followed by Brent Stewart, followed by Risha Ruel. Go ahead, Noel.
Hi, I'm Noelle Tamba. I want to start by acknowledging the current trustees. They did not create this problem. They were handed an impossible scenario and are responsible for making an impossible decision, one where kids are going to get hurt. We do have faith that the trustees will continue to keep in mind all of the students of the district as they come to their decision, and they will keep in mind the district and our children as a whole, because that is what we are, a whole community. We all know that I'm here in support of Montgomery High School. When you look around and see everyone here in red, know I'm speaking for all of us here today, as well as those at Roundtable watching. A bunch of our students are over there. The campus and the Montgomery community as a whole as well. Our campus has endured heartbreak, hardship, and has spent a very long time facing very difficult things. Yet we are still here. The students are thriving, and they are still fighting. But more than that, the students, staff, and parents are here to support
Thank you.
anyone
Your time
that
is up.
comes in.
Next is Brent Stewart, followed by Risha Ruel, followed by Alondra Ayala.
Hello, my name is Brent Stewart. Dr. Morales and recently added members of the board, including Jeremy De La Torre, this is not your fault. I wrote you all emails yesterday explaining my views on it. I don't have time to get into all the reasons why Montgomery High School cannot close. I don't have enough time. You're forced to make this impossible task due to the inaction of the previous board and the ever-rising bloated costs of the district admin. District admin needs to be the deepest cut to fix this budget deficit. You have the task before you and time is running out. Whatever you decide, it takes time to implement before the next school year. Progress has been slow. This decision is hard, but facts are facts. And if a 3-4 isn't logistically feasible, if a high school must be closed, it cannot be Montgomery. For the future of the district, keep Montgomery open. I truly want all high schools to remain open. I really do. I want you to recommend that to SCO.
Thank you. Your
If
time
believe
is
it can
up.
be done.
Next is Risha Ruel, followed by Alondra Ayala, followed by Jasmine Gudino.
I'm actually Christina Kramer speaking on behalf of Risha. Risha is my friend and former coworker, and she's a little bit too upset to speak tonight. So I said I would step up and do it. This is a heartbreaking night for you all and for this entire community in this room. I hope that this news that you have is actually good financial news so that all high schools can be spared. I live in Roseland. I do take my child to Montgomery, and I have taken my previous child to Montgomery too, who graduated in class of 2020, and she's now trying to be an elementary school teacher. This is tragic for our community. Please do the best you can with what you have today. I've written with you. Please support this community. Please support the high schools. Go Montgomery.
Thank you. Next is Alondra Ayala, followed by Jasmine Gudino, followed by Lily Roman.
I am an Elsie Allen alumni, one of the bad kids, and now registered nurse. In addition to Elsie, I went to Lawrence Cook Middle. Lawrence Cook was considered a low-performing school. I was offered the ability to go to a higher-performing school. I was enrolled at Slater Middle. I was given a bus pass where I walked 30 minutes to a bus stop and took 2 buses to get to school. I felt like an outcast and found it difficult to feel any sense of connection with my peers. I begged my mom to send me to LC for high school, which was the school of my district. At LC, I felt a sense of inspiration to reach my potential. From Lisa DeCarbo's efforts in organizing the health fair for Latinos to hearing how Natalie Mendoza, an unprivileged Hispanic like myself, was in a doctorate program at Berkeley while teaching us, I felt a sense of belonging I did not feel in the higher performing school. I felt surrounded by people who understood what challenges my family faced. One of the challenges I faced was inability to get health care. The health center available on campus allowed me to get diagnosed, prescriptions,
Thank you.
vaccines, and
Your
my
time is
physicals.
up. Next is Jasmine Gudino, followed by Lily Roman, followed by Concepcion Dominguez. Is Jasmine here?
Yes, I'm here.
My name is Yasmin Gudino. I'm a proud LC Allen alum and a first-year law student at University of California, Berkeley School of Law. More importantly, I'm an auntie of a current sophomore at LC Allen. I'm here to tell you, board members, about the legal action we are prepared to take against you if you close LC Allen. Closing LC Allen is a civil rights and a disabilities rights violation. Closing LC Allen is a violation of the Brown Act and CEQA under the current factors of consideration that you have considered. Violation of every statutory duty that you have to represent your constituents. I'll make this simple. What you're doing is illegal. In your inbox, and by the way, it doesn't take going to law school to know that. In your inbox, you'll find a demand letter that lays out the basis under which we are prepared to take legal action. So take notice of that. And for the students who are here today from LC Allen, you are loved and your community has your back no matter what happens today.
Thank you. Next is Lily Roman, followed by Concepcion Dominguez, followed by Erica Lipanovich. Is Lily here? Lily Roman? Lily Roman? Roman?
Hi, Lily Roman Aguilar. Attorney General Rob Bonta's school closure guidance pursuant to AB 1912 mandates an equity impact assessment and public input on proposed metrics for closure, merger, or consolidation. It appears this process has not been conducted equitably at all throughout this process. Even if it's not mandated, the Attorney General considers it as best practices to help avoid discriminatory practices and help avoid any potential discriminatory effects on your actions. Best believe we're going to investigate this further. Our community has sued you before and we won. We're coming back again.
Thank you. Next is Concepcion Dominguez, followed by Erica Lipanovich, followed by Jim Letty. Concepcion.
Mi nombre es Concepción Domínguez, madre de jóvenes graduados de LC Allen con honores. Estoy aquí para hablar por la escuela LC Allen, que para mí es una de las mejores y he estado muy involucrada en ella y se me hace una injusticia muy grande lo que están haciendo con esta escuela, especialmente porque cerraron la CUC y todos los niños de esa área no tienen a dónde ir. Todavía hasta el día de hoy los padres me dicen, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué le hacen eso a nuestros hijos? Imagínense los jóvenes de LC Allen, ¿a dónde van a ir? Si no tienen una escuela en el sur de Santa Rosa, es la única escuela. Aparte tienen la clínica y al cerrarla, ¿a dónde van a ir todos los jóvenes que necesitan una clínica y atención de salud? Necesito saber si pueden hacer una buena decisión porque en realidad es muy injusto lo que están haciendo y es discriminación total a nuestra comunidad y a nuestra raza.
I am a mother of a couple of children that have graduated with honors from LC Allen. In my opinion, LC Allen has been the best school and it is injustice of what you are doing to our school. What you did to Cook also has parents questioning what's gonna happen with our students. I also have parents coming to me, asking me questions. What are my students gonna do now since it happened to the school, Cook Middle School? I would like to know what kind of decision you guys are doing and if it's for the better choice.
¿Y a dónde van a ir los jóvenes si no hay una clínica? Y se me hace una injusticia muy grande lo que están haciendo con el sur de Santa Rosa.
And where will the students be going if the clinic is not being provided? It is not justice of what you guys are doing to the students.
Esa clínica es para todos los estudiantes.
That clinic has been provided for all the students and it's been very helpful and it's been the best compared to other schools.
Y se me hace injusto porque no sé a dónde van a ir todos a la escuela ni a la clínica.
And I don't think it's fair that because most of the students don't know what's going to happen and where are they going to be going.
Y quisiera que ellos tomen una buena decisión.
And I would like you guys to make a very good decision.
Y mantengan la escuela LC Allen abierta.
And keep LC Allen open.
Thank you. Next is Erica Lipanovich, followed by Jim Letty, followed by Logan Letty.
Thank you, Erica Lipanovich. Dr. Morales, I appreciated seeing your tears when I handed you a card written by my 7-year-old daughter offering you the donation of her tooth fairy money to save our schools. Trustee Manieri, I appreciated the tears of grief and frustration you shed when speaking about closing Elsie at yesterday's meeting. Trustee Jenkins, the tears that we shared yesterday after the meeting reinforced my view that you really do feel the pain of what is about to be voted on. And I thank all of you for your humanity. I trust in my heart that you all really do not want to close a high school and that you want to right-size our district without putting our most vulnerable students at risk. And Dr. Morales, I can only hope that your speech at the beginning of this meeting means that you and the board took the community's advice to meet with SCO and combine the two models. 330, brilliant, thank you. We look forward to hearing what the new solution the district and SCO has come up with. The community is ready to get to work. We can do hard things. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jim Letty, followed by Logan Letty, followed by Luis Pardomo.
Thank you, board members. If a disaster were to befall this community, we pull together in a way that very few communities in America ever do. We're on the precipice of another disaster if you were to close any of our high schools. The reality is that they all serve community functions beyond mere education. We have to keep them as the gateway for our youth to our community and our future. If we had a disaster that wiped out 6 of our schools, we would find a way in the time that's allowed to address that. So pulling upon that resiliency, I really hope that you can look at the numbers and find a way to keep all the high schools open, especially Elsie Allen, which serves a community which sees very little of us in Southwest Santa Rosa. I want to thank all of you for the work and the pain that I know you are going through in making this decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Logan Letty, followed by Luis Pardomo, followed by Elizabeth Moreno.
Hello, my name is Logan Letty. I am a former graduate of Elsie Allen High School. I understand this is probably the hardest decision that the board will have to make within the last decade or last 25 years. However, I do feel that with some of the scenarios, it's a possibility where what I believe is that Southwest Santa Rosa might be abandoned if Elsie Allen is closed. I am in favor of closing no high school at all because I believe that high school is very pivotal to students and sort of where they take in their career. So I believe if Elsie Allen is closed, that will lead to where families are going to have to decide whether they want to go, depending where they live, they want to go to the closest school geographically, if that means out of district, or stay in the city and try to commute to other high schools, and it will mess up at least the next 4 years.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Luis Pardomo, followed by Elizabeth Moreno, followed by Emily Conway. Can someone call for Luis? And we'll have Elizabeth Moreno in the meantime. Go ahead.
Buenas noches, dedicados miembros de la Junta Directiva y doctora Morales. Soy Elizabeth Moreno, facilitadora de participación familiar en la escuela secundaria Elsie Allen High School. Actualmente dirijo el único centro para newcomers disponible para los estudiantes en Elsie Allen High School. Fui testigo de cómo nuestros estudiantes llegan a la escuela empapados porque han tenido que caminar cuadras solo para llegar a la escuela en los días de la lluvia. Mis alumnos han compartido sus luchas como Elsie Allen High School es su refugio seguro. Espero que vean su gran violación al considerar a Elsie Allen High School como la escuela que debe cerrar. Los derechos civiles de los estudiantes ya están en peligro con la nueva oficina actual de los Estados Unidos. No fallemos a nuestros estudiantes más vulnerables. No violes sus derechos civiles. Good evening, dedicated board members and Dr. Morales. I am Lisbeth Moreno, the Family Engagement Facilitator at Elsie Allen High School. I currently run the only newcomer center available to students at LC Allen High School. I witnessed how our students arrive at school soaked because they've had to walk blocks just to get to school on rainy days. My students have shared their struggles and how LC Allen High School is their safe haven. I hope you see your vast violation by considering LC Allen High School as a school to close. Student civil rights are already in danger with the current new office of the United States. Let's not fail our most vulnerable students. Don't violate their civil rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Luis Pardomo, followed by Emily Conway, followed by Patricia Hurtado.
My name is Luis Perdomo Espino. I stand before you as a Lawrence Cook LC Allen alumni and soon-to-be Sonoma State graduate with a degree in accounting, and not just an internship with a local firm, but also an internship with one of the top 4 accounting firms, not just in the US, but in the world. LC Allen has allowed me to reach not just my goals, but the dreams of 2 immigrant parents for their son. If you close LC Allen, not only will you be shutting the door on current and foreign students' dreams, but opportunities for families to be lifted out of poverty. Please reconsider your decision in closing not just LC, but all high schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Emily Conway, followed by Patricia Hurtado, followed by Andy Lieberman.
For the last decade, I have watched from the sidelines as LC Allen High School has been systematically gutted of programs that enrich their students' lives. Still, that community, forged through hardship and neglect, have grown immeasurably strong. With the SEP program, ALD classes, and a trauma-informed staff, they are making the best of a bad situation. They have been making the best of a bad situation for years. Imagine what they could do if, for once, LC was given the support they deserve. Instead of closing the school that has been critically neglected, reinvest in LC Allen. At a time when students and their parents are experiencing unprecedented hardship and threats to their safety under this new administration, this is not the time to fracture a community. Your choices today will be remembered. May it be for the right reasons. Keep LC Allen open.
Thank you. Next is Patricia Hurtado, followed by Andy Lieberman, followed by Mitchell Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Patty Hurtado, and I am a teacher at LC Allen High School. I teach Spanish, and I teach Introduction to Healthcare and Public Health. And I am here because, of course, I want to ask LC to stay open. It's very important for them. And I want to tell you something because my program is not in the district's catalog. All surprise, it's 2 years old. I believe that it was, I don't know, missed accidentally, or maybe it's because LC continues to be the, well, I don't want to call it racism because I don't believe that you have that intention, but I believe we are just completely being misunderstood, completely left, aside because of where we are and who we are. And we're not that school. We are amazing. My students are unbelievably amazing.
Thank you. Next is Andy Lieberman, followed by Mitchell Johnson, followed by Juan Escobar.
Good evening. Yesterday, I sent an email, and here's a summation of some of the concerns I believe represent what you've been hearing from the public over the last few months. You've been elected by the people as their trustees. They've entrusted you to make the best possible informed decisions for the welfare of the children in Sonoma County and the communities you serve. In my time in Santa Rosa City Schools, I saw hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on curriculum, software, training, lots of different things. Most of these programs no longer exist, phased out to buy the new one. Sonoma County population has grown from the 2010 census to 2020. 3 of the high schools have pretty close to the same population as they did 10 years ago, with 2 having a decline. Meanwhile, Rohnert Park has increased. Moving back to the 3-4-1 model and closing LC Allen as a victim will not solve the financial crisis. The results will most likely be a lawsuit and a group of angry parents who realize that neighboring Annalee and Rohnert Park are not only closer, but more appealing, especially since this is a decision for underprivileged youth that they don't care about.
Thank you. I just want to let everyone know we only have half an hour left, and I have received a number of additional blue cards, so we probably will not get through everyone, and I am sorry for that. Next is Mitchell Johnson, followed by Juan Escobar, followed by Alondra Ayala, but I thought she already went. So, okay, so followed by Andy Bunnell. Do we have Mitchell Johnson here? Go ahead.
I don't envy the board considering the difficult task in front of them, but I will have no sympathy for you if you don't ensure that promises made by district administration result in actual, lasting changes in how our district invests its resources. The cuts must start at the top and they must stick. You have a responsibility to guarantee that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Juan Escobar, followed by Andy Bunnell, followed by Anandi Okubo.
Hello, I'm speaking up for LC Allen High School tonight. I graduated in 2011. LC Allen High School is a staple to the Southwest community. And I can tell you that firsthand as being raised in Southwest Santa Rosa. I was homeless when I graduated, and the support I received from LC Allen was paramount. It was because of the fact that Southwest Santa Rosa actually had a school, right, which greatly propelled me to the junior college, Sonoma State, Cal State LA, a grad school, and even an acceptance letter to a PhD program, which I ironically rejected due to my socioeconomic status. And so I hope that the community here the board is taking into consideration our multi-language learners, our newcomers, especially since the Adelante program already lost the middle school, right? I hate to see what other impacts.
Thank
LC Allen
you.
closure
Your time
will
is
have.
up. Next is Andy Bunnell, followed by Anandi Okubo, followed by Lisa DeCarbo.
Yeah, hi, my name is Andy Bunnell. I'm a social worker therapist with the Counseling Rich program at LC Allen. Go Lobos. I was shocked and appalled last evening to find out that the majority of the board supports closing our school. How can this be? I've been paying attention, I've been involved, but I never thought it would come to this. How in good conscience can you close a school that is a second home to so many marginalized students? We are community, and that we desperately need now. One of my students I work with today said that a lot of his friends was talking about dropping out. Another student voiced who struggles with attendance voiced that he doesn't think he'll go to school if he's too afraid to go to another school. So do what you know is right. I know this is a difficult decision, but I know that you also know in your hearts and your minds that closing a high school just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anandi Okubo, followed by Lisa DeCarbo, followed by Audrina Aparicio.
Hi, I'm just frustrated that I have to be here again because it seems the message I tried to get across previously was not heard. It seems that equity is not at the forefront of whatever decision is being made. And apparently financial isn't either, because we wouldn't be here today if that were the case. Showing up, if you understand equity, you understand that showing up for somebody who works 2 jobs is a lot different than somebody showing up who is maybe a stay-at-home parent or works full-time to support their family. It's not as easy. And what equity does, it allows that person who's working 2 jobs to show up and have a voice for their community so that decisions include their voice. And this does not at all. And having meetings at 5:30, I mean, everyone gets off at 5 if you work a typical 9 to 5. Please don't confuse inconvenience with necessity. Some parents might be inconvenienced by certain decisions, but others might be completely
Thank you. Your
removed of
time
their
is up.
livelihood.
Next is Lisa DeCarbo, followed by Audrina Aparicio, followed by Augie Nunez. Lisa, go ahead.
I am Lisa DeCarbo. Strength and courage to make the right decision has been my message to all of my students in 29 years of teaching at LC Allen. And in my prior letters and public comments in School Consolidation Matters, I came here tonight to ask the school board how your vote serves every student in every possibility, no matter what. But sitting in the audience and feeling the intense unrest, I now ask all of us, will we each have the strength and courage to put our biases aside for every student to help ease the pain of tonight's decision? Will we each consider every student at every school site to make future transitions less tumultuous? I implore all of you, what will you do to ensure every student, every possibility, no matter what? I am
Thank you.
Elsie Allen.
Next is Audrina Aparicio, followed by Angie Nunez, followed by Annabelle Nunez. Okay, can someone call for Audrina and we'll have Angie in the meantime?
Hi, good evening. My name is Annabelle Nunez, born and raised here in Santa Rosa. I am a first generation, soy Chicana, and I am here and I stand with everyone before me that speaks up for Elsie Allen High School, being that we stand on Pomo land and we all stood up to acknowledge that we're on Pomo land. We're wanting to eliminate Elsie Allen, which is a Pomo woman. Also, we have over 4,000 indigenous students throughout Santa Rosa City high schools. That's not including junior high and elementary. There is a ED 506 form with the Native American education, which these schools should be tapping in for funding, which may save our schools. Maybe you guys should look into that. Thank you. And have a blessed night.
Thank you. Audrina, go ahead.
My name is Adrina Aparicio. I'm a student. I go to Elsie Allen. I'm a freshman. I say that you guys should consider not closing down Elsie Allen. Elsie Allen is a big part of everybody that goes there. We're all like a big community. When I first got there, I was super scared and I didn't want to go to Elsie. But after like all the sports that I've done, they've all like embraced me with open arms and they were super helpful towards me. And then they helped me pick my life up because I was kind of like in a bad state of mind. And everybody in my sports, like they all helped me become a better person. I think and in the clubs I'm in too, like they've all helped me like learn a lot more than what I actually realized. And that's it.
Thank you, Audrina. Annabelle, if you're still there, were you both Annabelle and Angie? Ah, okay. So Angie Nunez, followed by Catherine Rideout, followed by Monica Okubo.
I wasn't planning to speak, and so I have nothing written. But my children graduated from Elsie Allen High School. My son graduated last May, and I started to work there in March. Imagine me working with my child, but it didn't bother him. And I've gotten to know a lot of those kids out there. I am the campus supervisor, and it makes me so sad that you chose Elsie Allen. I see these kids walking to school in the rain because they have no transportation. And we're a community. I know these kids, I know some of their struggles, and they feel welcomed and invited into Elsie. And I just wish that you would reconsider closing Elsie Allen. We have good kids, and it made me so sad to hear that when you guys said, when parents says, I will never send my kids there. If they only knew what a good school Elsie Allen is.
Your time is up. Next is Catherine Rideout, followed by Monica Okubo, followed by Anna Bravo Luis. Do we have Catherine Rideout? Monica Okubo?
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much. Okay. I just wanted to say, please consider making a high school closure contingent on staff layoffs at the district level, not being able to stay positive or qualified. So moving to a 340 or 330 in year one, which saves 10 million, along with the 8 million in non-school closure savings, and looking at up to 20% layoffs at the district level could save a conservative $4 million. That would get us to the $22 million target. I appreciate wanting to be fiscally conservative, but these are 1,000 kids' futures. Let's not be a community that relies on them pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. Please support the 340 or 330 model. I'm Catherine Rideout, sorry, thanks.
Thank you. Next is Monica Okubo, followed by Ana Bravo Luis, followed by Leslie Corral Cisneros.
I am Dr. Monica Okubo, proud Roseland resident and public educator. From the district's mission, ensure equitable access. You hold the future of an entire community in your hands, and Roseland needs you to know that, acknowledge that, and own that. I am speaking for the Brown families from the most underserved area of Santa Rosa who culturally, linguistically, physically, or out of fear cannot be here tonight. Lack of an equity audit, a big term for simply ensuring fairness and addressing inequity. No audit is necessary to see that closing the school with the highest unduplicated pupil percentage is antithetical to ensuring fairness or inequity. Because your lawyer said you won't be legally responsible is not a good reason to avoid doing the right thing. We know you need to have an answer, but committing an educational extermination in plain daylight in our community is not the answer. Please follow your morals. You know closing LC Allen is not right. Santa Rosa, I call on you to rise up, speak up, and stand up for what is right. We will not tolerate this injustice and institutional racism in our community.
Thank you. Your
Please
time is
stand
up.
with me now.
Next is Ana Bravo Luis, followed by Leslie Corral Cisneros, followed by Shayna Kirk.
Mi nombre es Ana Bravo. Me duele mucho que el gobierno quiera cerrar la escuela Elsie Allen y que se preocupen más por sus propios intereses que por la educación de los niños. En vez de cerrar las escuelas, deberían invertir más en la educación de los estudiantes. Yo sé que señalan y critican mucho las escuelas que quieren cerrar, pero la verdad es que no es culpa de las escuelas. Elsie Allen es una de las mejores escuelas que hay en Santa Rosa, tiene los mejores maestros. Además, nadie nunca se había preocupado tanto con los padres migrantes y sus alumnos como la escuela Elsie Allen, ya que la mayoría de los maestros hablan español. Tengan en cuenta que soy madre soltera de 6 hijos de bajos recursos y no quiero que le quiten el derecho a mis hijos de seguir estudiando. Y recuerden, los primeros maestros de sus hijos son sus padres, no los maestros. Los niños van a la escuela a prepararse para su futuro. Además que la mayoría de las escuelas que quieren cerrar de los estudiantes son latinos. Y lo miro como racismo hacia nuestros estudiantes latinos, hacia nuestra comunidad latina. Gobierno, no critiquen, inviertan en la educación. Gracias.
I'll be speaking on behalf of Ms. Ana Bravo. She says it hurts her very much the government wants to close this LC Allen school because it concerns her a lot. For it seems to be more about their own interest than for education of the students. And instead of closing the schools, they should invest more in this education of students that I know it signals, and they criticize a lot these schools that they want to close. But the truth is that is not the fault of the schools, not the fault of the school LC Allen. It's one of the best schools that there are in Santa Rosa. It has the best teachers. Furthermore, nobody has ever been concerned about the concerned parents and their students like the school LC Allen, because the majority of the teachers speak Spanish. Take into concern that I'm a mother. You must keep in mind that I'm a mother with a single mother of 6 children of low resources, and I don't want you to take away the rights of my children to continue studying and to remember that the first teachers of their students are the parents, not the teachers. The niños solely only go to school in order to prepare for their future. And furthermore, the majority of the schools that are closing, the majority of the students are Latinos, and I see that as racism toward our students, to our Latino students. To our Latino community, the government It should not criticize. It should invest in the education of the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leslie Corral Cisneros, followed by Shayna Kirk, followed by Meg Peterson.
I am here as a proud Elsie Allen alumna. Without the support of Elsie Allen's teachers and programs, I wouldn't be standing here as a first-generation college graduate. I strongly oppose closing Elsie Allen, a school that serves the highest rates of Latino, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and disabled students in the district. I invite you to picture a town built around a single well that provides water to a neighborhood already struggling with drought. The well isn't perfect, but it's beautiful. It sometimes runs low, but it's the only source of water. Now imagine someone proposes shutting down the well because it's not as, quote, efficient as the wells in other parts of town. They argue it's not about the neighborhood, it's just about the well. We're not against the people who live here, we just think the well isn't working. But the reality is shutting down the well doesn't just remove a resource, it leaves the entire neighborhood stranded. Over time, the lack of water makes it harder for the neighborhood to grow, thrive, or even survive. Closing Elsie Allen is shutting down that well. It's not just about the school, it's about the community that relies on it. Even if the board members state that the decision, quote unquote, isn't about race or class,
Your time
we
is
can
up.
see the truth.
Next is Shayna Kirk, followed by Meg Peterson, followed by Gabriel Albavera. Is Shayna Kirk here? We'll go to Meg Peterson while we look for Shayna. Is Meg Peterson here?
Hi there. I'm here to support Elsie Allen tonight. I mentioned in past comment, the school district where I grew up ended up in state receivership. I'm from Lawrence, Massachusetts, and if you do a search for Lawrence, you'll see they were the first Massachusetts school district to experience state takeover in 2011. Being from a community like that didn't hold me back from achieving goals. My life today looks very different, and it's not just from hard work and bootstraps. I'll be forever indebted to those who lifted me up so that I could be here today. You may read stories from a community like this and see gangs, poverty, low achievement, but I lived there and saw a vibrant and thriving community. Remember, behind bad press, there's beautiful stories. It's disappointing to see the potential closure of Elsie Allen rather than getting creative with solutions at the expense of community members who need us truly the most. So thank you very much for thinking of that.
Thank you. Next is Meg Peterson, followed by Gabriel Albavera, followed by Giselle Gonzalez.
Thank you. My name's Meg Peterson. I wanted to say that I am not a member of Southwest Santa Rosa. However, I want to speak for their community because I find that it brings so much vibrance and creativity and uniqueness to our town. Please do not take their high school away. We all know that education creates doors, it creates access, it creates equity, it creates opportunities that were not provided in other situations. Please do not close the door on this community. This community, more than any other part of Santa Rosa, needs access to education. This community came to you and said, we want 7 to 12. We want to be part of your school district. We want to be part of this community. We have already turned our back on them so many times with the closure of Cook and now with the talk of closing Elsie. Please, we have to find a way to not continue turning our back on Southwest Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Gabriel Albavera, followed by Giselle Gonzalez, followed by Tina Javier.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members. My name is Gabriel Albavera, the proud principal of Elsie Allen High School. I just want to touch on two topics. Everybody's already kind of addressed some of the issues that I was going to bring to the table, and I don't have that much time. Number one, the concern that I feel is that you're taking more into account the people that are threatening you to leave than our parents that have their kids in the school district. Number two, our parents are not going to come here and complain. Our parents are not going to threaten you because they trust you. They trust you're going to do what's best for their students. That's really important to understand. The last thing I wanted to, there was many times in the years past as a principal that we always left our newcomers out. We decided, we heard our students who are happen to be right here, right now, that said they needed a safe space. We got them a safe space to be able to communicate, and they were up here communicating how they feel about you. No other school has had that in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Giselle Gonzalez, followed by Tina Javier, followed by Holly Retzinger. Do we have Giselle Gonzalez? Do we have Tina Javier?
I stand here representing the West Side. Once again, we are being pushed to the front lines to test out changes, knowing there will be less of a fight because our families don't have the luxury of threatening to leave for private schools. Many of us are working multiple jobs just to keep our heads above water, striving to provide for our kids. And yet we are the ones who are used as test subjects. When will the district start making cuts at the top? According to Transparent California, in 2023, the superintendent was making over $350,000, including benefits, while secretaries are pulling in $112,000. And I've heard, it's time for the district to start reflecting on its priorities. Start thinking about our kids and show that you truly have their best interests at heart, not just your own pockets.
Thank
If
you.
cuts
Your
should
time is
happen,
up.
It should happen across the board.
Next is Holly Retzinger, followed by Sota followed by Jeffrey Hoffman. Holly Retzinger.
Hi, Holly Retzinger, proud Pioneer teacher and Slater parent. I urge you to reconsider this plan to close 3 middle schools. 5 months is not enough time to prepare our high school facilities to accommodate an entire new student body of a new age group. There are no portable classrooms available in California due to the LA fires. Your capacity model is based upon class sizes of 33 and has factored in the square footage of spaces that are not meant to be classrooms. With the 7 through 12 model in year 1, we will have crowded and unsafe conditions on our campuses, such as 3 classes combined for lecture hall style teaching in any available gym, theater space, and cafeteria space. Electives, science labs, and special programs will be cut for lack of space. The district will hemorrhage money in teacher overages when classes are packed beyond capacity. Meanwhile, parents of current 6th or 8th grade students are already panicked, looking for options outside the district. These parents know
Thank you.
that a high
Your
school
time is
campus
up.
no place.
Thank you. Next is Sota followed by Jeffrey Hoffman, followed by Alegria de la Cruz.
Hello, my name is Sotha Am. I am here today not to ask, but demand that Elsie Allen High School continues to stay open. There have been many surrounding stereotypes, rumors, and misconceptions around Elsie Allen that continue to hurt our reputation today, and that is skewing the board's decision. Our school has been historically underserved and underrepresented, yet many believe we have been given a plethora of funds, one of which is extremely untrue and unlikely to receive that privilege. The board has brought up statistics in the past, however, those scores do not remain factual nor an accurate representation of our students. These studies do not fully examine any socioeconomic factors or experiences of our students. Many of us come from diverse backgrounds, but there was always a lack of cultural humility and competence from Santa Rosa State Schools towards Elsie Allen High School. We need to keep our communities together and not break them. Elsie Allen High School is the heart of Southwest Santa Rosa and Roseland. This is the only school in Southwest area that is up for closure. This is, in fact, extremely prejudiced and biased, as this will hurt many of our low-income, working-class, and immigrant families. This is not fair or logical.
Your time is up. Thank you. Next is Jeffrey Hoffman, followed by Alegria de la Cruz, followed by Loritzen Potley, and we're nearing the end, so that those may be the last speakers. Jeffrey?
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. I'm Jeffrey Hoffman. I'm the Director of California Rural Legal Assistance, the office in Santa Rosa. And I'm here tonight on behalf of several of our clients who have just recently contacted us. These are low-income Latino families who are either going to be or attending LC Allen High School. And I just want to echo the sentiments of my clients are very concerned about the closure of LC Allen. And we're hoping maybe the board can put a stop to this for a while and maybe allow for a more equitable inquiry into this process. We've started investigating the matter, looking at the criteria that the committee considered. It's part of its final report. And
Thank you. Your
we
time
had
is up.
concerns from a legal.
Thank you. Next is Alegria de la Cruz, followed by Lauritsen Potley.
Student that had been called earlier, she made her way up now.
This Christian Diaz?
Leslie Prado.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, school board. My name is Leslie Prado. I'm a junior at LC Allen High School, and I want to say, yes, we do have a bad fame, but it comes from a small minority, and that is unfair that they get to represent us because people are quickly to put out the negative factors and don't put a care to the positive factors. LC Allen has a lot of good programs benefiting the students. We have the UC program, public health, pathways, public safety, FFA, and AVID. The district is in charge of promoting this program, and you're not doing your job in letting schools down. LC is on it in providing help and support for the future of their students. Like I am in the UC program, which is only available at LC. It's a big help for students who want to go to universities and as well provides students the opportunity to take university classes. LC is the only school that has a clinic in the campus, which gives students an easily access to healthcare facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alegria de la Cruz.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, and beautiful, beloved community. I stand here today as a proud mom of 2 students in Santa Rosa City Schools, and once I sat in your seat. And I know this is a difficult decision, but you know what the right one is to make. You cannot close LC Allen. Not only have you not done your jobs tonight by making sure that an equity analysis is done pursuant to AB 1912, but you also have to do it because it's just the right thing to do. LC Allen is full of students of color, of students with disabilities, of students who have dreams that deserve to be respected. And that is your job, to make sure that they have those futures protected by your actions. You cannot close LC Allen. I bring with me here the energy of all the beautiful people that stand outside, that stand here with love and pride in who they are and recognition that their rights need to be respected, right? We bring that justice with us, and don't make us sue you. Please, just do the right thing.
Thank you. Our final speaker tonight will be Lauritsen Potley. I have no idea if I'm saying that right.
Call for Lauritsen.
Lauritsen. Yes, please.
Biali na no toka Lauritsen Potley Juan Yawanti Juan Porepa Chuanawa Masawanme. My name is Lauritsen Potley. I am a student at Sonoma State. I stand before you today with the critical message to not close LC Allen High School. LC is the only public school serving predominantly low income and students of color in Southwest Santa Rosa. Closing the school would jeopardize the futures of countless students, dramatically reducing their chances of graduating. LC has been a beacon of hope for so many, providing a space of cultural pride and identity. Those of you who have been to events at LC have seen the cultural pride of being Chicana and Indigenous. This school has passionate teachers dedicated to empowering students through programs like ethnic studies. They inspire students to believe that their voices matter. You frequently talk about the importance of listening and honoring students and Indigenous voices. Let me remind you that closing LC Allen would not only extinguish the vital educational resource, but also erase the legacy of LC Allen, a member of the Covelo Rancheria Pomo Indians, a remarkable Native woman and basket weaver. To close this school is to disregard the honor and recognition of California natives. Tell me how you are honoring the
Your time is up.
generations.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes public comment for tonight. The board is now going to take a 10-minute break before returning for discussion. All right, if everyone could please find your seats again. And if there are folks who have left, leaving empty seats now, could we please make sure every seat is filled? Maybe scoot in to allow space for other people to come in. If there are people standing in the back, there are some seats available now. You maybe raise a hand if there's an empty seat next to you. Thank you, everyone. All right, I think we're ready to get started. So we're going to start with presentation from the team. Take it away.
Thank you, President McNally, Superintendent Dr. Morales, members of our SRCS Board of Trustees, and our community. I know this is a rough night, so I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you for what you do. I know that no decisions are going to be easy, and we will do our best to provide the best information possible for you to make your decisions. I want to start by saying that the information shared earlier is not necessarily completely new. It's a further investigation as we were able to narrow scenarios. It then allows us to dig deeper into what possibilities are and to continue the conversations that we have regularly with SCO. And by SCO, I'm meaning specifically the fiscal side that we work with. We work with Felicia Geary, Sarah Lampenfeld, and their CBO, Greg Manichi. And so there are varying levels of interaction. Felicia works very closely with Joel on the day-to-day, the details of things in our review. And Greg and Sarah and I talk more long-term. And today we had the opportunity to do that. And so as we go through, I'll kind of talk about that a little bit and what where that went. Let me go ahead and share my screen so that we can go through the presentation a little bit, but I just wanted to preface that by that it's not completely new information. It's further details because you were able to narrow the scenarios for us yesterday. Okay. So this evening, we have two scenarios to talk about, which is a 330/340 no high school closure in the short term, and a 331 with LC Allen High School identified as the school to close. The 330 or the 340 is really, I would describe it more as a 3-3 pause, in that it would allow space to determine if it's necessary to close LC Allen High School in the following year or the year after, or to make further adjustments. Because we have several problems. We have a short-term budget issue and we have a long-term sustainability issue. And in speaking with SCO and talking about potential things that may happen in the future, we share we share a concern related to potential future revenues based on some information that they shared with us as far as opportunities for Santa Rosa City Schools in the next couple of years that could happen based on changes in our community. And so when we look at that, if we take Elsie Allen or any high school off the table as far as having it as a closure in that first year, we don't have space to, if we're making such a large transition before we've seen the full drop off of projected enrollment, we essentially don't leave space for potential increased revenue opportunities. If you're looking at it strictly from the fiscal side of things, the other side is the service to community, allowing a space for students to come to SRCS and for families to choose us. So there are options with that. What that would mean is most likely a short-term qualified status where we continue to work with SCO as we have in the past. That we are monitoring very closely the cash flow side of things with them, and that was part of our conversation today, is that piece of it. So I want to make sure that I'm very clear in the difference between a positive certification, a qualified certification, a negative certification, and a cash flow issue. So positive, you can have a cash flow issue and still have a positive certification. It means that we've actually overextended what we can pay out at any particular time based on different funding sources. So internal borrowing between funds, borrowing from the state, from the county treasury, borrowing from SCO, or a tax revenue anticipation note, which is the most expensive type, and we prefer not to do that because it has longer term fiscal impacts. So there's that piece of it, those two different sides. A qualified status, if you remember, means that we may not be able to meet our obligations in either the current or the upcoming 2 fiscal years. That doesn't mean that we won't. It means that we have to identify a plan, and we have a plan that has been identified should that not happen. So that's where we've been working very closely with them coming through this. A negative is when it is certain that we will not be able to meet our obligations in the current or 2 fiscal years. A negative certification requires the immediate and prescribed intervention of the county office and FCMAT. So those are differences. SCO right now qualified, we continue to work with them as we already do, very closely and collaboratively. If we go into a negative, then it becomes where they have more control and say over what we do, but it's not a loss of local control. The loss of local control happens if we go into receivership. So if we run out of cash, that's when that is triggered. So I want to be careful and cognizant of this as we talk about solutions and options for the board to choose from. And I will share that in my conversation this morning, again, SCO, so specifically working with Greg Medici, their CBO, and Sarah Lampenfeld, they were in agreement that there is a higher likelihood of long-term fiscal stability if we take a pause on the high school closure, looking, at the expense of a short-term qualified, looking at, again, in a year, we may be back here having the same conversation about whether Elsie Allen should close, since that is the option that the board has chosen to move forward with. But it's to further those conversations. And based on, should those changes not come to fruition over the next couple of years, that still gives us that in year 5, so when we do a comparison of our enrollment from 2930, between now and 2930, that would be the last step, which would be the 4, which would be the closure of Rincon Valley Middle, moved on to Maria Carrillo as that step there, should that become necessary. So again, we want to make sure that we're looking into the future for fiscal sustainability so that we can make sure that we are providing resources to our students where we can, rather than spreading them out between too many sites. But we also don't want to be short-sighted in making a recommendation that cuts too deeply at the expense of something later. Again, I would, be happy to answer questions related to that. And there's some additional information that we want to share as to some ways that we've looked at in doing that further analysis as to some other impacts that need to be considered. And so one of those is looking at a comparison between the busing costs. And so if we were to close Elsie Allen, we have or if we were not to close Elsie Allen, if you were to pause, so in this next year, we would see that the difference in busing is an additional 480 students compared to if we were to leave Elsie Allen open. So based on that difference there. The other is that if we were to convert Elsie Allen to a 7 through 12 and reinstate the former Cook boundaries or, align those, we would save additionally in busing, because right now what we're doing is we're busing those students, I think it was mentioned earlier, to 3 different middle schools, that has created, obviously increased costs in that way. So we do realize potentially $1 million savings in transportation between those 2 scenarios. The other thing, and this is something that obviously there are a lot of negotiable things, but specifically there is an MOU or memorandum of understanding with Elsie Allen related to their schedule, which is a 7-period day. That MOU is good until it's in place until June of 27. And so we would be looking to, that would be one way to try and make that minimum to make sure that we stay at least at a qualified and not shift into negative, is to ask for a change in that MOU to revert to a 6-period day. And essentially that requires less staffing for us to operate on a 6-period day versus a 7-period day. Questions from the board? Again, that would have to be bargained.
Thank you, Lisa. I do have a question. Maybe it's more of just like an emphasis, but you're sharing with us that this is a collaborative kind of idea with SCO because they're our partners and they are also paying attention to what's going on in our community. And so I just want to kind of, maybe it's not a question, maybe it's just more of an emphasizing what you said, that this is information that we're now receiving because of the conversation that transpired yesterday. So this isn't like information that we could have had before. It's kind of a part of this process that we have to take it step by step. And as we go through the process, we get more information. And so I really appreciate this. Actually, maybe I did have a question. And so can you tell us, because it might be different, a little difficult to go like between slides, what is the difference in savings between this scenario and the original 340 scenario?
So this in particular, like looking at it more closely, takes us to about 10.6 million versus 8.6 million in year 1.
Board, other questions? Trustee Delatorre?
My favorite thing to do, not a question, but I'm limited on opportunities to speak tonight, so I need to take this opportunity before we lose our students to hopefully bedtime. South Davis, West 9th, Merced Avenue, Price Avenue, Lloyd, Madera Avenue, Valley West Court, Pippin Circle, Joseph Court East, Primrose, Cecilia Drive, Popperfield, Chadwick Place, I am a product of Southwest Santa Rosa. So when I speak, my words come from experience. I was the child that walked through the rain to go to school wherever I could. My wife and I have worked really hard to provide foundational support for our children that we did not have from our broken homes in Rincon Valley. So my perspective as a board trustee is to diligently ask questions and work to provide educational opportunities for as many students as possible. That being said, my decisions are not driven by the emotional roots that I bear, but they are driven by what is possible, what is fiscally responsible as us stewards of trustees, that what can we provide? And the team has worked diligently, and I appreciate the partnership with SCO to get more answers to those questions on what is possible. None of us sitting up here want to close any of our high schools. We don't want to close any of our schools. We are public educators who have been tasked with keeping public institutions open for public education that are funded by tax dollars through the state. If we do not have the funding to keep those open, then really painful, tough decisions need to be made. And we will have to make those, and we are going to make some of those tonight. I want the students to know that you've been heard. You are respected. We see you, and we will do the best moving forward to provide you those opportunities. Get your homework done, get a good night's rest. Hang in till we get through all these questions so we can make a decision tonight. But I just want you to hear from who I am as a person and why I'm here to try and help move these decisions forward pragmatically so that all the opportunities are available for our students as much as possible.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes, I did have a question. It's a question and a comment, actually. The 6th period, 7th period situation at LC, it's being discussed like this is new information, but this has been blasted on emails from people with creative solutions. So this isn't necessarily a new thing. But my question is, if we are able to find money again, does that mean that we don't have to convert all of our schools to 7 to 12s? Because that is, that's a real hard one for me as someone who is not far from the middle schools as a parent.
So what we see based on this is going to be really tight if this is what moves forward with a 3-3 pause. It would mean that Rincon Valley Middle does not convert until at some point in the future, depending on declining enrollment trends. But at this point, it would require that for the others in order for us to meet those, the ongoing for the following year. I don't know that there's a way for us to do that, to meet the fiscal and not close a high school and also not close a middle school.
So just to put that into like different words, the 3-3-0 and the 3-3-1 and the 3-3 pause have the same impact at this moment they has the same impact to our middle schools at this moment. No. Okay, but I would like that clarified.
Because the 3-3-1, if we move over to that one, what that does is it actually has, because you close the high school in that first year, you realize that larger savings, and one of the middle schools shifts to the second year, just be space capacity if we're absorbing a high school versus absorbing middle schools.
So there's no opportunity for a 3-2 pause.
I don't see fiscally how we could make a 3-2 pause work.
Trustee Caston?
So I want to go back to, you were saying cash flow, which whether we're certified and qualified or neg, if we don't have cash flow, we can't pay our bills, we get a loan, and then we get state takeover, and we're paying for all of the administrative overhead and the loan costs.
Yes.
So cash flow and what our qualified status are not interrelated.
One can be an indication of moving towards a cash insolvency. So that's the difference, is that you can have an immediate cash flow issue, even in a positive, if you don't have enough funds on hand. The other is that as you go through a qualified or a negative certification, you're more likely to run into a cash flow issue and end up in state receivership. So there's a correlation. It's not necessarily a causation.
And then when we're looking at the end result of all of these cuts, we're talking about the net, which means that any investment that we want to put in order to make the programs better. And I think the community at large has recognized that our programs are not where we want them to be. In order to restore the cuts over the last several years that have been made to our special programs and athletic positions and things like that, those restorations would need to come afterwards. And those are all tied to many of the reasons that students have left for other districts. So if we're going to do this, we have to hit the net savings if we want to improve our programs. As a part of the conversation with SCO, when you're looking at this, I want to know, does that contemplate those additions that we're talking about? And does it contemplate stopping using our bond interest money as our reserve fund?
It does not in the short term. In the long term, that is the expectation, is that with a pause, we have the potential to increase the revenue to then offset that and to be able to reinvest in, really concentrating our resources and focusing where do we have the most impact? What is it that's going to draw students here? And how are we going to, again, have the most impact?
But it doesn't contemplate having the funds to do the investment to draw the additional revenue.
That would be dependent on what other reductions are made.
So we'd have to make, okay, thank you.
Yeah, what it essentially does is it gives us a pause to be able to further determine what those would be.
And just when you were thinking of the pause, trying to contemplate what it looks like or what could be years, have the concept of the school potentially closing over the heads of the students in the community, in whichever school, whichever model, the heads of the students in the community there. How long of a pause was discussed with SCO as a part of this?
1 to 2 years. So it gives us next year to determine if those expected changes actually may come to fruition, and potential, depending on what that looks like, we may be back here having this conversation as to whether to pause for 1 more year, or are we in a space to make a decision, yes or no. So it would be next year, potentially the year after, depending. And I will say that that's likely true with anything, because we can plan, we can have the best laid plans and the best intentions and still have things not go the way that we expect.
Trustee Kirby.
Yes, so just some clarification on the bullet points that were added for this scenario. The agreement that, again, would need to be negotiated, that's not guaranteed. That's hoping that we can work something out. Is that a fair statement?
It would be our hope that we could do that amicably. There are ways that we get there, going through fact finding or things like that. I wouldn't want to say it in that way, and that it's, something that would be rammed down, So I think that there's collaboration there to make something happen for students.
Okay, and the busing savings, I know at some point in one of our mini meetings, you had said that all of our busing costs get reimbursed 60%, I believe. Is this after that reimbursement, or is this?
It's probably somewhere right in between, so it's not a full, this is a probably a not quite net, but not the full 60%, because we also have escalation for next year, so there's, an issue there that there would be a slight difference in that.
Okay, and just going back to our conversation yesterday, I know that again, it's a moving target, but it had basically increased to 22 to 24 million instead of the 20 million. So this still isn't really hitting the mark, correct?
Correct. We will, we will very clearly be in a qualified status in the short term. And again, in those conversations, the short-term pause may provide us with more fiscal stability in the long term. Of course, we don't know. These are always projections based, and every decision and every recommendation that we bring forward and the decisions that you have to make are based on the best information that we have at the time.
I mean, I just want to say that we've been in and out of qualified status for 10, 15, maybe more years. It's not the worst thing. That's actually how we've been operating. And I'm not saying that that's great. There's definitely room for improvement. But here we are making really critical decisions. And if it means that we're in qualified status for one more year to save an entire community, I don't even see that as an argument.
So again, where we were last year and where we would potentially be again is we have our status is reported at each interim period. So at first interim, second interim. The other times are not a status one way or the other. It's, okay, unaudited actuals is the actual for the prior year. And our budget adoption is not, there's not a certification that goes along with that. And once you have 2 qualified status in a row, if you hit the third, then that also, just like a negative certification, it triggers that further involvement from, the more structured involvement from SCO and from FCMAT. So those are the steps. And again, even though we haven't hit that, we've still already been working with SCO and with FCMAT, keeping everybody apprised and talking about what we have going on here. In our conversation earlier today, we've heard a lot through our public input over the last several months, through town halls and through conversations about, we'll just have somebody come in. And it's more like, Greg described it earlier as a hammer, that really these school closure conversations are much bigger, much more difficult, much deeper when you go the hammer effect, when we end up in that situation. So again, I want to make sure that everybody on the board and the public understands kind of the magnitude of what we're discussing tonight.
Trustee De La Torre.
So as I'm looking over the 3-3 pause potential, and I'm very grateful to even have the possibility of something to talk about tonight for the pause model. I really, really am concerned about this district being able to implement effective 7-12 models on campuses that cannot accommodate those students. So that's one of my big resistance with this plan is 7th and 8th graders are a special generation. And to try and fit those into a space that is also taking away some of the most interactive opportunities they need in their educational experiences of athletics, arts, music, wellness center, restorative, to make this work on our larger campuses, we'd have to take a lot of those spaces away. And I need to find a window. I need to find some possibility for us to be more creative with our charters, more creative with any phasing in potential, which is why I liked the 3-3-1 and I was looking for a 3-2 pause, because that at least did not close all of our middle schools right out the gate. Kids are going to need some time to, families, community is going to need some time to make sure we can actually do this well, not just do it and not just shove a square peg into a round hole, but provide space and opportunity for this to actually work.
I mean, I just want to add to that, you know, we're looking at some pretty transformative changes, to say the least, with any decision that we make. But moving 7th and 8th onto high school campuses is one thing. The closure of a high school and moving a third of their population on top of that into those campuses, I mean, that is so much more of a strain. And so I agree. I like this 3-3 pause. I'm right with you, Trustee De La Torre, that a 3-2 pause would have been even better, but I understand that, you know, we also have to look at our numbers. Just wanted to add that, you know, closing a high school, specifically closing LC, would compound that effect.
I agree, but if we're going to qualify with a 3-3 pause, how much more deficit-wise would the 3-2 pause be if we're already?
It would have the potential to take us negative.
Trustee Caston?
Following up on what Trustee De La Torre said, but kind of more as a question, a lot of the logistical concerns originally, and I'm going back 2 study sessions ago when I said I didn't want to talk about closing a high school, and I left that meeting still really wanting to be at that place. But I heard that the logistical challenges of converting to a 7-12 were substantial, and that's where I had to come back and compromise where I wanted to be. So can we walk through, like, I mean, is it now we're very much able to do 3 campuses as 7-12s? And that changed in the last few weeks, or what's going on here?
I will hand it over to Director Oden and Assistant Superintendent Castro to kind of go through the details of what they've worked through walking sites with principals.
Yeah, so we were able, as we talked a little bit yesterday, to walk sites with the 3 high schools anyway, principals. A lot of the capacity is based upon, you know, using the room 5 out of 6 periods a day. So in conversations that Dr. Castro and I had with the principals, it was around operating each classroom 6 out of 6 periods a day, or at least a majority of them, to end up gaining the capacity that was necessary to take on 7th and 8th graders, as well as trying to find the proper side of the campus to facilitate, you know, better bathroom use for those kids instead of sharing them with 9th and 10th graders and 12th graders. You want to chime in?
Yeah. If there's anything more that I can add, other than I didn't know if we meant to give off the impression that it wasn't possible, just that there were some trade-offs like the athletics. We would have to have figured that out, and it would be a couple of years before you would actually get the full impact of, or the full access to athletics on the 7-12 site. They would have to revert back to the middle school site, or we'd have to work something else out, and then the bell schedules would have to be worked out at the new site. We didn't mean to give off the impression that it wasn't possible. There would be some challenges and some trade-offs, that's all.
You didn't give me the impression it wasn't possible, but you gave me the impression that doing it across 3 schools or 4 schools, if we're also creating a middle school track at LC, would be on that magnitude by August, is what I heard. And I think that's a part of where phasing it came in.
Yeah, again, a lot of that was based on, right, the capacity, utilizing the spaces as 5 out of 6. So again, programmatic is not my thing, just literal rooms and buildings. So I needed to rely on Ed Services to work with the sites to figure out those types of solutions.
Sorry.
When you say using classrooms for 6 periods of the day, you mean there would be teachers who would be traveling from room to room?
Potentially, and sorry, if we can, do you want to go ahead, Emmanuel?
We are sharing now the projections for enrollment under this scenario.
And I want to point out at the bottom where it says 3 high and the third column. These are the enrollment projections for next year based on this year's enrollment number. So if you go down and compare the third column with the first one, you can see that all sites are below the stated capacity. So every site that we have, and these are considered them being converted to a 712, we should have enough space, except at Pioneer, where there might be a little bit of creative thinking to try to figure out space. I know that we talked about adding additional capacity there. It might become available during the school year, so it might be an impact of a few months of school, and then there might be capacity being able to be added and come online sometime during the fall or the winter of next school year.
Would it be possible with the redistricting to, I don't know, have LC absorb more of the middle school and Pioneer a smaller amount to ease that burden on the Pioneer facilities?
Yes. Now, these numbers do not keep into consideration the possibility of moving the middle school program from CCLA. And I think we have about 200 to 300 students there, and they are not counted here. So if there is a possibility that might happen, it might, add a little bit more there.
And by that, you mean the non-language immersion?
Yes, like the traditional middle school, like if LC Allen becomes a 712 campus, that will become their home school.
Okay, and then when you're looking, so what you're saying is within the 3-3 pause, the existing rooms would be able to do that. Does that contemplate the space for our special programs like that have different ratios and CTE? So not just special ed, but labs, manufacturing, ArtQuest, IB, the places where we have different ratios.
Yes, so these capacity estimates are based on the facility master plan, which took those into considerations based on facility use at time of writing, which now I believe is 3 years ago.
And that is the same or different than what was presented to the consolidation committee?
These are from the consolidation committee.
So it's the same thing where all the rooms that are currently being used, like the STEM labs and stuff like that, would go away and become classrooms?
No, these ones keep those classroom use the same as they were 3 years ago. So if we were to use, for example, all the rooms, that capacity will increase about 30%.
Trustee De La Torre?
So can we do 7 through 12 well and provide those other opportunities for our 7th to 8th grade students, whether it's using previous middle school campuses? Have we found ways to be creative and innovative enough to still provide those opportunities this year, for our middle school students if they were to be on the high school campus?
So yes, with some really creative scheduling and use of the athletic facilities and things at middle schools in that first, it's going to take time. We will be crowded at particularly Pioneer when we start. There will need to be creative scheduling related to science labs and different things of that nature. But yes, we can make it work. And I would look to Dr. Castro specifically for program.
And just, to capitalize on that, we are asking about an astronomical change, not only within our district, but within our community. And the reality is what we have been providing is our grandparents' educational style. So if we can change gears and change direction and provide something innovative enough that's going to be done well, there's some amazing things on the other side of this that I'm looking forward to. But I cannot continue to say this enough of we need to do it well. So that planning and the processing and the implementation have to be ready to go. Our partners in education, our teachers, their aides, our administrators, our community partners have to have their sleeves rolled up and ready to go with us, because it's going to be a lot at once. And these are good numbers to look at, but just saying 7 through 12, there's going to be some attrition. Families are going to get pulled and go to other places because they're not sure how we're going to do until we do something and show that we know what we're doing.
Trustee Jenkins?
I just want to interject one statement, though. Our scores are going up, and that's because we're showing some innovative approaches, especially in math. We're doing some new things. So definitely, we're on the rise when it comes to our approaches and instruction. So
I just wanted to point out our teachers. I know Trustee De La Torre just mentioned it briefly as well, but I guess I get to be fearful. It's really scary right now, everybody. But I fear for our teachers. They are wiped right now. And the idea of having them float around from class to class and not have like a downtime in their classroom for preps, that's really concerning to me as just a community member who wants to support all of our educators and all of our students. And our teachers need to be taken care of, and so that they can take care of our kids. This is a whole entire community thing, but we can't leave our teachers out of the conversation. That just really needs to be said. I don't know if the using the 6th period has been talked to with teachers, how they feel about it. And I'm also curious if there needs to be some negotiations when things like that come up.
So all of this, there are the impacts of closures that will have to be negotiated. And so we had a very preliminary, just kind of opening the door conversation with SRTA regarding that. And they're ready to come and talk and be collaborative in how we move through whatever this new model looks like.
Trustee Kirby?
So this model also, the way it's reading here, assumes that Montgomery is going to be ready for this 712. And I was under the impression that the new building was not going to be ready until end of October at the earliest. So how is that going to work?
Yeah, that's correct. The new building won't be ready for the start of school. It will open hopefully sometime in October. But the capacity shown here does not take into account the new building anyway already.
Trustee Caston?
I want to emphasize what, and ask to expand on something that Trustee De La Torre said. The doing it well, a part of when we're talking about these budget numbers, I think we need to remember, because I hear lots of comments about profit or, just being concerned with the finances, but 87% of our district budget is people. And so the money that we don't, and when I talk about wanting to be able to add back services and I want to add back academic support, that means people, and that means teachers, and that means athletic directors, and that means, the staff that support our special programs and help with facilitating student enrollment and all of those things. And so saying that we're not going to hit the budget numbers on site closures in moving into a qualified status and not having money to add those things, we're talking about the people that provide those services on sites. So I'd like you to expand on that, and if there's any way to give a sense of the context that this is in for the district overall program cuts, that we'd be, we have to talk about that next week. So to the extent that it impacts what we'd have to add next week, I don't want to get outside of our agenda item here, but at the same time, they're really interchangeable. So I'm going to hope that you can turn what I just said into a question and answer it.
I can provide a little bit of context, I think, to what you're getting at. We have 12 priority initiatives in educational services, and beginning next year, we won't be able to provide a lot of that.
Can you list those, please?
Yeah, foundational skills, math redesign, designated and integrated ELD, instructional leadership team, instructional rounds, the CTE pathways, AVID, directed studies, AVID Emerge, the tier 1, directed studies, development and implementation of alternative ed programs, co-teaching, all of those will be affected immediately because even though people like them and they support these, on the other side, they want people like taken away from the central office. So these are things that are immediately going to be affected by the cuts that are going to be hitting the central office. So a lot of people don't understand that that's what happens when you have to cut from the central office. And so those will have to be immediately, those will be immediately impacted. And over the years, hopefully we'll be able to build those back up. A lot of reasons why the government actually restricts funding is so these programs don't get decimated when there are cuts. So we have like Title II and educator effectiveness is what we really are going to fall back on next year for professional development, but all of these programs will be affected immediately. We won't have people to actually provide professional development in a lot of these cases, unless, for example, we rejigger some of these grants to buy back maybe one person to provide professional development. But all of these things are going to be affected because of the fact that we're losing so many people in the central office as a result of this process.
So I think to add to that and to provide a little context, that we've been meeting with SCO also in our LCAP process to identify what is our base program. So what is paid for essentially out of, okay, here's our minimum that we need to just get by to operate. And then anything above that is where we look to for restricted funding. So our LCAP supplemental and concentration for restricted funds, things of that nature. So we're going through that process. And yes, it means that we are making big reductions at the district office in all areas of support. And so how we deliver to sites, we're going to have to focus, and there may not be, I don't want to make this about those district office cuts. It's about what can we still do. We will have to focus the efforts. That means that we won't be able to continue to offer as many options as deep at every single school site. That's exactly the same. We can't replicate programs and options all the way across the board. We will have to focus what's, kind of more of a specialization or a focus of content area or programming at each of those schools.
The athletics falls under educational services as well. So the athletic directors and all of that, there will likely be cuts there as well.
Trustee Manieri?
I just want some clarity around these cuts. They would take place, I'm assuming, regardless of the scenario that we vote on tonight. Like these are the cuts. When we're talking about making cuts to the district office and to centralized specialized services, that's totally separate from this. And this is what, like, when I say this, I mean closures and consolidations. This is what we're talking about.
Yes.
This is the part where people say it cuts to the central office.
So this is happening regardless.
Yes, that is correct.
Trustee De La Torre?
So I really appreciate that perspective because one of the things this district has failed at is attempting to do one size fits all across the board. And the fact that we are trying to replicate the same thing at all of our campuses, it works some places, it doesn't work others. So we really need to trim down and focus and provide those students what it's working for, the opportunity that they're looking to be involved in, and the students it's not working for, find out what works for them so that they have a positive educational experience. I'm really stuck on the 7-12 because it's hard to process. With this 3-3 pause model that we are currently discussing, with RVMS being our only comprehensive middle school left in this scenario, at least for the first few years, and seeing the capacity, has there been any discussion? Is there any possibility of adding capacity at that middle school for the families and students that absolutely need a comprehensive 7-8 model, even if that's discussing expanding the SRCS program to 7-8?
So we haven't had those specific conversations. If you're looking at facility wise, there is room. So, but that would be a conversation as we look at how to appropriately staff for next year.
Okay.
That would have to be a discussion that we have.
Because as far as geography of the site, I have plenty of scraped knees and twisted ankles that can remind us all the softball fields are not being utilized. There's a lot of land out there. And if we can find smarter ways to use that space to provide opportunities for our students, that's something we need to be considering as well as we're trying to figure out where these students are going to get placed and how we're going to be able to educate them.
Trustee Caston?
And just to follow up, the district-wide cuts that we were listening and discussing, if we have more resources available through cuts in other places, we could have options for targeted reinstatement of those programs. So while they are happening, the severity of which they're going to happen is dependent on our ability to have revenue and or savings from other places.
Yes, absolutely. And again, there's preliminary and then there's the final plans that come forward later.
One more, so yesterday in our session, we had a discussion about the charters specifically. And the fact that we have them contemplated in here in both scenarios for year one, year two. We discussed the fact that they're not, making sure we have a place for them to go is important in this planning, but there's lots of other potential things out there, like negotiating with Wright to actually be able to have CCLA stay where it is, having to amend the charters to be able to move locations. And I believe our summary from that conversation was that tonight's decision needs to have a vision for the charters in the event that other things don't happen, but we are not actually in need of voting on the charters, the TK8 of the charters, where they would go tonight.
Correct, with the exception that if, so right now we have French American that shares Herbert Slater Middle School. And so that might be, for 7-8.
Oh,
They share teachers and classes. And so that might be a move that would need to happen at the same time as Slater. So depending on which scenario that you opt for this evening, that would have an impact.
To make sure it's clear when we get to whatever action it is it possible for us, with the exception of like, if Slater is closed, you have to move, but is it possible for us to either delete or have a slide that notates that that's not a part of the action? Because I know there's a lot of consternation around TK8, TK6. What about Wright? And I'd like to just get that out of the conversation since we don't have to have it be in the conversation.
Yeah, so the idea would be that the board would be approving what's currently listed on the year one of either one of the scenarios. Because that would allow us to prep for year two, and then year two decisions could be made later. So for example, as you're viewing now, updating the boundaries for Steel Lane, that would need to happen this year in preparation for the closure. So anything that's listed in year one is what we would need approval from the
Can we
board.
delete the last bullet point under secondary, the 7-8 CCLA dual immersion and 7-8 SR FAC phase into MHS on all scenarios at this point, so we don't forget when we get to the motion?
Okay, so delete the last bullet point, the 7-8.
Yes, we should very much still do the discussion around phasing and all of the planning, but just delete it so it's not a part of the motion. Or any motion.
But this 7-8 CCLA can be removed, but if Slater closes, the 7-8 SR FAC does have to be part of it.
Correct. So scenario 3.3 pause, delete 7-8 CCLA, leave 7-8 SR FAC. And scenario 3.3.1, delete 7-8 CCLA and SR FAC.
So if I exit from here, we can, what we can do is, so that we can keep track, how about if we do a strike?
Perfect.
To here, and we go up here. Oh, I never do it that way. I should, I just did, I think control. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to watch up there instead of here. It's not working well. I'll let you do it. Mhm.
You go to the other one. There we go. You got it.
While we're doing that, I have a quick question,
that's all
thought about floating teachers. What I've seen in other districts is that often falls on the first year teachers. And I don't want to place that extra burden on people who are just getting into the field. Is there any way, could there be like an incentive? Like if you're willing to be a floating teacher, then you get a first or sixth period prep and you can prep from home since you don't have your classroom. There something we can do like that?
So again, that would be through the negotiations of the impacts.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And,
Trustee
and we know that those are going to be there. It's going to be rough, combining those middle and high school teachers. And so we know we need to be cognizant of how we welcome them onto the campuses.
Trustee Jenkins?
I have a question about the certifications, but while we're on the 7-12 combos, there was something came through today in all of the hundreds of emails. But I loved the idea of the kind of the buddy system with both teachers and students. So when, you're coming to a new school and parents too, for crying out loud, like we all need buddies. And to have people show them the ropes and bring them in and really strengthen that community. My question is regarding the certifications, is how they're called, positive, qualified, negative, right? My understanding is that at first interim in December, that was going to be our third qualified. Is that correct? If we did not get positive?
Yes, that would have been, but since we did certify as positive based on the assumption of all the closures, we now start that cycle over.
Right. But so, which is great. But if we're not actually following through with what we said we were going to do, while that may not result necessarily in a negative, that's still an integrity thing. And we do want to, I know we're trying our best in any situation that moves forward. We are. Like, this is an awful, 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 awful situation. And we do want to live up to what we're promising, though, at the same time. So just from like an integrity point, but then, okay, so my actual question eventually is, we have been overspending on top of what we were budgeted to do. And so isn't there still a high likelihood that we will be qualified even kind of either way? Like there is still that risk, right?
There is absolutely still that risk based on that factors change all the time. And so we know that we have changes in the projected revenues from the state. We have the special education impacts. There are all kinds of things that we move in and out, and us as well as other districts move in and out of qualified and positive. That's again where we have to adjust plans and assumptions. And so the difference is that, okay, our assumption at first interim was that we were going to fully implement all of this, that we weren't going to see these other changes. Okay, now as we go into second interim, we have to update our assumptions regardless. And so we could be qualified regardless of, because for one, we've already, from when we started the process in the original projections, we already reduced some of those costs. So the savings weren't as large as what we had anticipated, for a number of reasons. For one, depending on which schools end up in the combination, and also because we did already make some of those reductions. So there are multiple factors, and that's why I try to share loud and far and wide that the only time that our numbers are final and solid and real is at unaudited actuals. Everything else is our best estimate based on the information that we have at the time.
Trustee Manieri?
Just on this subject, would it be true to assume that as we kind of move through this process and figure out what our certification is, that if we were to lose ADA students through closures, that would also affect where we land in our certification? And so, is that correct?
It is, and that was part of the discussion with SCO, and where they also thought that we may lose more in the closure scenario versus a pause scenario.
So it sounds like SCO is maybe thinking, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that if we were to close a high school, and in this case Elsie, then we could potentially lose a lot of students from this district, and that would affect our ADA.
Yes, that is one of the concerns as we're talking about our projections and the future in our multi-year. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee De La Torre?
So to bring this to the community and to be extremely transparent as possible, public education does not work without the community. We are fighting tooth and nail to look for every dime possible to provide educational opportunities. But if the students do not get into our classrooms, then we don't have the funding to provide those institutions for your kids to learn. So we need to work together on this. We need to continue to hear from you. We need to continue to have you involved. And we need to know what we can provide within our means that students are going to want to be there and go to school. We can jump through all these hoops and do everything we can to save as many schools as possible. And if the students don't show up, we're still closing schools. So we really need to be partners in this and be more collaborative. And you're angry. I'm angry.
I just want to add to that, you know, losing students to another school district by closing Elsie, because let me say, I live in the district. I've lived in the district my whole life. I could have easily gone to Annalee. I have friends who went to Rancho Cotati, went to Annalee, went to Rosa University Prep. These schools are so much easier to get to from my district than it is to get to Santa Rosa or Piner or Montgomery. And so the reality is that we will lose students simply because of transportation barriers. It's as simple as that. And so my concern, my fiscal concern is that in a few years, we're going to be talking about closing a high school anyway, because we are going to lose students to neighboring districts that they're not going to come back. And I know that the same could be said for all of our schools. I know that the same could be said for our elementary schools and for our middle schools. I know that for a fact, but we have our high schoolers for 4 years, and generations of our students usually end up going to the same schools. We've seen it, we've heard it, we know it. And so I just want to say that from my perspective, from my fiscal kind of concerns, my concern is that we're going to lose kids to realities, not because of choice, but because of necessity. And we're not going to get them back, and we're going to be in the same place in a few years.
Since I want to just highlight, since we have so many people with us today, thank you for coming, is that so we are funded by the state on students in seats, but we have to plan for enrollment. So we have to budget for the number of students that say they're going to come to our schools. And parents, this is where you can help us. If students are not in school, whether it's excused or unexcused, we get no ADA. And so a lot of our families think if they're excused, we're still getting money. We don't. Whether a student is if a student is absent, period, we don't get money for that student, but we're still paying for the capacity of having that student in our classroom. So that's really critical if we're really, echoing what Trustee De La Torre has said in terms of really working together. We need students in school as much as possible because that's how we're funded, but we are budgeting for enrollment, which from day to day, it could be a 20% difference between our enrollment and our students in school. So that's very important. Thank you.
I'd like to point out that if we close LC Allen, if those students are having to be bused to other parts of the district, that could lower our attendance. Those kids miss their bus. They're not going to walk. I do not support the closure of LC Allen. My ideal, as some of you have said, would be a 3-2-0, but hearing that that's not possible and feeling much more confident about the answers I'm hearing about a 3-3 pause, that's where I'm leaning now. I'd like to hear how the other trustees are leaning. Trustee Caston?
So I have my concern about the 3-3 pause is every meeting we've had, based on our comments up here, school community in our district has tried to read the tea leaves and felt that they were on the chopping block and organized and been here at the next meeting. And parents have frantically been trying to figure out alternatives to where they could go. And there's been concerns about transfers, and it's been a rolling trauma that keeps rolling back because it happened through the consolidation committee, and then it's come through all of our meetings. And I think we've done this to every single high school at least once over the last few months, where they felt that they were the one. And I really feel that I'm really worried about a plan that is saying we're going to pause and restart that process again next year, and what just this process has done for people that are not wanting to enroll here, and knowing that we could close a school next year. And I mean, I'm hearing a 1 to 2 year timeline. I'm not hearing, we're buying ourselves 5 years here. How much is an 8th grade parent or an 8th grader or a 6th grader going to want to transfer into a school, any of the schools? Because I would guess that we wouldn't just pick one today that would automatically close. We go back through the whole process again. So just knowing that we're going to be back, that the pause means we do this entire thing again in 12 to 24 months is really concerning to me about its impact on our enrollment and our mental health and so much else. So I'm struggling. That is currently where I'm at.
I do want to point out that aside from LC Allen, either of these scenarios does require us to come back here on the elementaries and the middles. These are both tiered approaches. I hear what you're saying, but
the elementary map closure is specifically tiered for intended improvements. And I feel like we could include that in our motion tonight, because the way it's spaced for steel is specifically around the facility phasing. So there's not the same intention of, will we magically capture elementary enrollment to keep steel open? We know where that's going. And so it is different.
May I interject for a moment? And I wouldn't recommend that we go through the whole process again. I would recommend that the board make a decision this evening on which school would be coming back for consideration, and whether it's just a revisit, a check-in, as we'll be checking in and providing reports throughout the year on how things are looking, whether it's next year or the year after. As far as if it needs to come back, it would be 1 or potentially 2 schools if the board would would like to do that, that would be my recommendation, so that we could have an alternate scenario that we would be able to plan for, should it look like that's the road that we would need to head down.
Can you restate what the trigger would be? Like, so, I mean, I hear you and I very much respect that direction in it, but like, how does the community know which direction? I mean, that is an awful, I'm not aware of anywhere else where they've done a route where they've said, if this school doesn't, these things aren't set, this school's going to close in 12 months. Can you just explain how that would work from the side of what triggers that?
Ultimately, that would be up to the board to decide what, when and if we should be bringing this back for consideration. I think that the thing to know is that we would be providing regular updates on what our fiscal situation is. We have our fiscal subcommittee that now is coming from the board. So I think there are enough opportunities to have discussions in those smaller groups or in the larger, what indicators would we want to be tracking, and whether it's okay, do we need to revisit next year, or is it that we need to revisit in the further year? We have some assumptions that maybe we can start making towards the end of this year, beginning of next year. I wouldn't say that we would be talking about this in June and it being a surprise. I mean, or, in February and it being a surprise. I would say that we will know, what does enrollment look like in the fall? What are, are we seeing these huge transfers? Are there school districts that are doing something in response to something that we're doing? Are we, we have some policy that I know is going to be coming back as well. There are multiple things that would be an indicator within the next 6 months.
I have a question along those lines. Could one or more of those indicators also be some sort of upward trajectory, upward trends? Like, we're not just looking at it from a deficit model, like, oh, these things are going bad, but there are things that are going well. And those are the things that we should also be looking at.
Correct. And along with that, what other budgetary impacts are there coming down the road, positive or negative? All of those things tie together. And yes, it should be absolutely a holistic approach as far as trending up and down.
Is this also a process that SCO will be supporting us through, or can they support us through?
SCO has been really great about when we're reaching out and asking for assistance, or even without us asking for assistance, often they're saying, how can we support you? So as far as the level of that, I think we'll, be reaching out depending on, regardless of what the outcome is tonight. We meet regularly, and that's across, we have counterparts in ed services, in HR, in wellness, and, in the fiscal side. So really, I know that in the past, it has not always been a very collaborative relationship, and I will say that it is. They're very supportive.
Thank you. Trustee Jenkins?
I have significant concerns about putting with those updates, and you don't meet this mark. The pressure on high school students, the pressure on high school teachers, the pressure on the parents who their kids have pushed them away at this point, that seems real risky. It seems real risky for the whole community. And it also feels like it will, I do see the positives of showing an upward trend as well. And I also see it further pitting schools. And that is real risky for our whole community, when I think that we really need to lean in. We've been through so many traumas and so many crises that I think at this point our community has learned how to get through them. We do need to go through and not around and start healing. And I don't want to put this on our families and our community to go through more trauma. I understand that this is extremely traumatic, but then to continue it for 1 to 2 to 3 more years, even in the offshoot that it could be a positive thing, I just think is too risky. Do you want to go? You can go.
So we're discussing tonight whether to close one of our high schools or not. We're discussing tonight what schools to close to attempt to begin the process of right-sizing our budget and becoming fiscally solvent. If there is any opportunity whatsoever for any amount of time to keep those schools open, that should not be ignored by this board. Again, reaching out to the community. You've asked to be involved. You've asked to show what your campuses can do. And if we find a sliver of hope to keep those campuses open, then the community needs to show up and prove that they're willing to help put the work in as well and provide the student base we need to keep these campuses open. We cannot make more widgets to make more money. Students in seats is how public education is funded. And if we can find opportunities to keep some campuses open, even if the risk is that one of those campuses still may be closed in 1 to 2 years, we can't ignore that opportunity. We have to take the risk. Our communities depend on it.
I agree that it's a lot. It's a lot to put a community through, a school community through. And so I think one of the ways in which we can be more holistic, take a more holistic approach, is to have an equity-centered model, some sort of equity-centered matrix. And not just for one of our schools. I mean, we have never really taken a holistic approach to evaluating our school sites. I mean, talk about transformation and, you know, bringing education into the 21st century. We need to be looking at our school sites and our programs through a sound equity matrix that we do not have. And this is an opportunity to do that for all of our sites. And I think that's how we, you know, that's how we take a holistic view at this entire situation. And rather than it being, you know, arbitrary metrics that we're having our teachers and our students and our communities feeling the pressure that they have to live up to, we can take a much more comprehensive view to evaluate the effectiveness of our schools and our programs, so that it's not just on them. It also keeps us accountable. It keeps the district accountable to make sure that those programs are working. We've never done that. We've never done that. And so I think, you know, I think there's opportunity there. I really think that there's opportunity there if we set it up right. But we need the time to do that.
I agree that if we have the opportunity, if we have the chance to give Elsie even a year, I think that is, I hear what you're saying about the stress of not knowing, but I think the material impact, the inequity of an immediate closure so far outweighs that stress. I think we have to take a chance.
So I think I need more clarity then on what the 3-3 pause proposal is. Is the 3-3 pause proposal that we are saying we are going to close LC if we don't get out of, I'm trying to understand what the pause trigger is, because I'm hearing that we're not going to have enough money by doing this to reinvest in programs and put in the things that would attract students back, even to the 2 to 3 million that we'd get from this. And so I don't understand I'm just trying to understand, like, I'm hearing that we'd pick the specific high school today, and then in a year, we'd be back saying yes or no, we achieved or didn't achieve what?
So again, we have some opportunities that we won't know more information about until next year. And so
Is it, Are we saying we have to see X percentage of enrollment growth at the campus? Is it a dollar? That's what, like, what, I know what the opportunities are, and a lot of them involve hopefully attracting students back. But I don't understand the threshold and what we would need to do to say that we've succeeded or not, so that we're not back here in a year arguing over what it meant to succeed or not.
Again, I don't know that I can provide you with that this evening. I think that that's something that probably will take some work from this board and us as coming back to you with, okay, here's what we think would be doable, because it's again, having that check-in. When we're talking something like this, there's several different factors. It's not, I don't know that it's, okay, did we hit this financial target? Okay, well, that's one piece of it, is the finance side. The other side is absolutely the achievement, what is that measure to say, are we being effective in providing programming by having this model? There's many things to look at with that. I don't know that there's something that I can tell you tonight.
Right.
Here's what the measurement would be.
And I may not be asking you, I mean, it may be something that the board members who support this proposal need to articulate is what are we expecting of LC Allen enrollment or something within the district? What is it that our expectation is that would say that we're at that this is not, that we're not closing them in a year?
I think we have to build that. I don't think we can figure that out in this conversation, right? Like, this is an opportunity that's being brought forward to the board as something to consider. And to dive into that conversation would have to be a whole other meeting. I mean, we would really have to sit down to think about that. But what I'm hearing from Lisa is that we have to build that. And again, that's gonna take some time. And what I'm advocating for is what we do build is, what I would like to see is an equity matrix, something that this board has been talking about for a very long time being built, that we haven't built, and it feels like this is the right opportunity to do that. But we really need a lot of data. We really need a lot of expertise. We need some time to build that. I don't think we're gonna get to that tonight.
And I think, if I can interject, I think we can build that as we come together for our strategic planning, aligning it to the profile of graduate district wide. So I think that could be worked into our strategic planning that we're going to do in the next year.
And I was thinking of it not as a threshold for LC's performance or enrollment or anything like that, a threshold for our district. As long as we can afford LC, we keep LC.
Well, and that's exactly what I'm trying to clarify, is because I'm hearing a pause and select a specific school. So that's what I'm trying to understand is, so if it's the district versus a single school, then I mean, that's kind of the conversation we do need to have tonight, because the entire basis of this proposal is that we're pausing for something positive to happen. And so I get we can't necessarily establish the specific numbers, but if we leave here not saying what it is that's supposed to happen, I don't understand how we can evaluate the scenario based on that. I really want to be able to leave this from a place of having the space to actually improve the programs. But what I'm hearing is that we would be 4 million under target. With the changes in the busing patterns, we'd be a little under $1 million up from that, so that'd be 3. And then we would have to get a negotiated change to the bell schedule to reduce the schedule to a 6-period day. So at the same time we're looking for more enrollment, we're going to be reducing the educational opportunities on the campus to access electives. I mean, are we saying that those things would have to happen for us to go forward with the 3-3 pause? Let's just start with the things on the slide. Are we saying that those things would have to happen to go forward with the 3-3 pause? Is that what's being proposed?
I didn't understand your question.
I mean, the only thing that seems like a maybe is the negotiations. The busing is
Correct.
a yes, we will save that on busing.
I heard that we had not fully calculated in the reimbursement rate on that saving.
It will be close to that. This
Okay.
is,
Just-
running, okay, per
Okay.
student, breaking out our costs on a per student and after some of the reimbursements.
So I guess step one about the pause, are we saying that $1 million has to be saved through the MOU? And if it's not, is that a re-trigger?
We would have to decide that.
What do you want?
I want, so what I want, I don't want LC to close. What I want is, if I'm doing the math correctly, with this 340, we are coming in at a $1.8 million, I don't know what you want to call it, deficit. And so what I want is time to figure out how we have conversations about revenue and other ways in which this district can absorb those cost savings. We haven't talked about revenues. We haven't talked about, the forms that were brought up earlier that could help us get more funding. We really, haven't talked about a potential parcel tax. Like there are so many things that we haven't talked about when it comes to revenue, that those $1.8 million does not feel significant enough to close an entire school and impact an entire community. That's what I want.
I think the trigger would be our overall finances, and we would have to decide together in a future conversation, because we cannot do that tonight, what exactly that situation is.
If I can say from a fiscal perspective, that's when we are looking at when we're proposing to make reductions or right sizing things, that would be from my perspective would be a more holistic because it may not only be if there's a significant change, there's a potential that we need to talk about something different than only a high school closure. I mean, that's the reality. As we look at right sizing over the years, we need to look at making adjustments from a district level for schools, for programs, for staffing, for all of those things. And as we've been really working hard to identify all of the potential changes outside of specifically school closure, so how we are staffing at the site and district level, what we are doing to change processes. There are things that still have not been realized in the short term that we're working on to bring forward and that we expect to continue to make progress on. So I just want to, after, sitting and ruminating for a minute and listening to the conversation, that would be from a fiscal perspective. My recommendation would be as a holistic, where are we heading as a district? Are we meeting our revenue and reduction projections, or are we going to need to talk about, is it a school closure? And if so, then here's what we have set in place, or is it something else that needs to be addressed? Just my recommendation.
Trustee De La Torre?
So my whole goal, as lofty, as unrealistic as it may be, is to get to those budget right sizings in the least traumatic way possible to our students and staff. And we cannot unclose a high school. So if we vote tonight to close a high school, there's your trauma, and it's going to affect an entire community. If we are finding an option to provide a little more time to try and figure that out, and that school is still closed or a school is still closed, at least we tried. We can't unclose a school if we vote tonight to close a school.
Trustee Kirby and then Trustee Jenkins?
I was just going to say, and yet we've asked the question, how hard is it to reopen a closed school? And we were told that that is easier to do, that is financially easier to do.
From a fiscal perspective, yes. From a community impact perspective, it may not be. You know, that there's the trauma on that as you've shared.
Then, again, following up on the fact that the 3-3 pause doesn't hit our goal. And I just want to clarify, this still, from our conversations previously, we've been riding this line with 3% reserve, and that is still where we would be on this, right? No wiggle room, no.
It would actually bring us below that, which is where we go into the qualified. It's if we end up with that we won't be able to meet, to have a reserve, if we're going negative and not able to meet our obligations, that's what would trigger the negative. So we would go into a qualified.
With this scenario, but the 3-3-1 then took us, the cuts were good enough to get us well above that, right?
Potentially, but with all of the combination of different things, we may be qualified anyway. It's the level of how much does that dip down? You know, it could be a swing, you know, 1.5% one way or the other.
Yeah, I really just want to lift that up, right? That with the 3-3-1, that's the assumption. The assumption is that all of the students at LC stay in our district. If we lose 30 to 40% of our students, someone can check my math, but that's about $5 million annually that we're losing in ADA because students have left our district. So you can throw those 3.8 million out the door because now we just lost 5 million from students leaving, which is a very high likelihood. We've heard it today. So I want to center us in understanding that a 3-3-1 does not automatically get us to that financial goal that we think it's going to get us to. There are going to be unintended consequences.
Correct. There are likely unintended consequences with any decisions that are made this evening. The enormity of that, the difference in that will vary, and we can't predict it. We can do our best to project. And a reminder that we do have, at least in the first year, we have a little bit of a cushion in that we are funded on either the current year, the prior year, or the 3-year average. I know yesterday we ran scenarios of if we lose further enrollment in ADA. And so yes, then we will have to make further adjustments, definitely, after that first year.
So I want to recenter on the fact that the 3-3 pause and the 3-3-1 are not just the difference between LC being open or closed, but there's also the significant difference of immediately closing 3 middle schools and moving our vast majority of the community without phasing to the 7-12 model. The Slater part of that with its higher enrollment and moving that up to year 1 and the combination of and the logistics of amending, you know, the charter aspect of that. Can we explore that a little bit more? I'm trying to grasp. I mean, there's no scenario up here that doesn't result in us not losing enrollment, and we haven't had any analysis that gives us a waypoint to be able to validate our assumptions on where we're going to lose more enrollment from. The other message I heard very clearly in the last 24 hours is a concern around the 7-12 model being able to work. And so the difference in this from being phased and not is the amount of time that we get to do it right in some places and then show success. It's a short period of time, but we're removing all of that time. And so I'm trying to figure out how to estimate where students, you know, I mean, we're anticipating student behavior based on all these different changes, and really it's just our personal opinions on what's going to result in more or less ADA. So can we talk about those logistics some more of what happens if all three go in the same first year? How does that process work, and how are we going to keep those students, especially the 8th graders that could be immediately looking at going somewhere else right now?
So one thing I want to say is, as we look at the 3-3 pause and as we look at the 3-3-1, the one middle school that we're talking about not doing immediately is the one middle school, high school combination that has actively been working on a plan to integrate the school. And that's the one that we're talking about not doing. If we don't do that one where they've actually come up with a plan of how they're going to do it, then we may not see as much of the success, because the other two sites, one, Pioneer absorbing Comstock, we have the space issue, and Santa Rosa High absorbing Santa Rosa Middle, they haven't really developed a plan yet. They have space, but they haven't developed a plan.
Can you clarify which school has developed the plan?
Yes, Montgomery and Slater have been actively working together to put together a plan to move the Slater 7th and 8th graders and to welcome them to their campus. So they're not just looking at the size of the campus or where to put them, but how to actively welcome and integrate both the staff and the students at those schools.
There could be a greater concern on Comstock, Pioneer, and so there may still be a need to do a phased approach. Just we may have put the wrong phases in here. Is that what you're saying?
Possibly, but also this gives the opportunity, if we make this decision, it gives the opportunity for that administrative team to work closely with the other administrative teams and share their ideas that they've already put down on paper.
And also, Dr. Berdelli has worked out a plan that we can move more students and make up more space at Pioneer to actually make the 3-3 pause. I don't know if you'd like to mention that or show that. I know it's hard to show it here because we don't have access to our servers.
Yeah, so, sorry, just this one. Sorry. So now looking at the map, I know we have looked at these maps a lot, but what I was thinking is if you look at the current boundary that projects the enrollment up here is on, I want to say, River Road or something like that up there. We could move this boundary down to 101, and that would move about 200 students between Pioneer and Maria Carrillo. And so we could create space at Pioneer by shifting students from, in this case, Mark West, from Pioneer to Maria Carrillo. So there is a little bit of, just by changing the attendance boundary to create space at Pioneer, because the constraints is really not driven by the map and the attendance boundaries. So if that's something we can do, I won't be able to do it live, but we can make sure that is, memorialized into the minutes. And then tomorrow morning, I'll make the change.
It seems to me like keeping LC open also reduces the space and facilities constraints of the 712 model, because LC can then take some of the Comstock and, I don't know, some of the Santa Rosa Middle population. So we wouldn't be facing as severe of a crowding issue at Pioneer or at Santa Rosa High.
That's correct. If I may, I can show those projections so that we have a common baseline that we are looking at. So these are the current projections for the 3-3-1 scenario. And you can see that we have pretty much all sites at capacity, with Santa Rosa High being at about 600 students over capacity. And we require some creative thinking about space use there and classroom sharing to accommodate both middle school and a high school program once the Santa Rosa High School absorb a part of the LC Allen attendance boundary. And similarly at Montgomery, We did some reworking of the attendance boundaries that we showed to you yesterday in order to create space at Montgomery for these later students the following year. So you can see that at 1,400, that's because we've designed those boundaries to allow for the 600 students as later to move their year two, because we didn't want to create a boundary that would not leave space for the move of Slater on the Montgomery campus in year two. The similar space constraints are still there at Pioneer, and that is where I was talking about. If you look at the attendance boundary here, see how it's more straight down to 101. We could do something similar with the map that we saw before, and it should address some of the space constraints that we currently see on that boundary at Pioneer.
I see a lot of thinking going on. What else do we need to talk through? Trustee Kirby.
So when you're redrawing these boundaries, are you, for example, at the high school, are you assuming that we're kind of just like, we're not going to allow any transfers, we're going to basically force the kids to go to the other high school?
No, so these boundaries assume that students that are currently on transfer to a campus will stay there through the duration of their, high school career. It leaves some space for transfers for sites that historically have received an influx. So you can see that this map was designed with the intent to leave some space at Maria Carrillo, because that was one of the campuses that's the most requested, and some space at Santa Rosa High School, where to have intake of more students. Now, we are still, the interdistrict transfer is on pause right now, so we won't know what will be the projections for next year, but we should have space to accommodate most of the requests.
And for,
Yeah, which one? Sorry.
At the very bottom, sorry.
No.
So- Sorry.
There it is.
Sorry.
All right. So what Dr. Morales asked us to, because this is a topic that comes up every time we have this conversation. I mapped out here the steps that we're going to have to do to be able to actually answer with some concrete information. How do any of these scenarios impact this goal of, allowing for school transfer? So regardless of what scenario you recommend tonight, the first thing that we're going to have to do, which we've already begun the process of, is to go into our student information system and reassign school of residence based on any boundary adjustments that come out of your recommendations. Once we have that, we're going to be informing families of their new school of residence. If you're wondering about the timeline for step 1 and 2, in my work with Dr. Bardelli, we are believing we are going to be able to complete steps 1 and 2 by tomorrow afternoon. Now, I'm not saying that that's a guarantee. If there isn't, a final decision tonight, then we're not able, obviously, to talk about adjustments on boundaries, but we're prepared to get that information out to families as quickly as we can. The third step is to contact any families whose school has been named for closure, and we're focusing, obviously, on the families whose schools have been named for closure during year 1. Because we have time to work with other families, and allowing them a short window, because typically the transfer request happens in October and November for the following year. And there may be some families who didn't submit a transfer request because they knew their home school was their preferred school, and there may be some adjustments. So we are right now proposing that there be an additional window specifically to target and support those families who are impacted by a decision that may have been made tonight. The next step, you'll see it's listed as 4A and 4B because those two steps are going to be happening concurrently. One doesn't happen before the other. And it's going to be to work with both facilities and evaluation and information to determine each kind of newly configured campus's capacity to be able to accept transfers, and then to continue to work with cabinet to revise the priorities. So if we discover that a particular school has room for 100 transfer requests and we get 150, how are we going to prioritize that? Because as we discussed in the past, our current priorities do not take the current scenario conversations that we're having into consideration, and the order with which they are currently listed, it has some potential impact at the family level that I think we need to have some conversations about. We can do that through adjustments to our administrative regulations, and it will not require the additional steps to change board policy, because board policy allows us as a cabinet and to make those kinds of administrative regulations. Once we're able to do that, we would inform the families of what those new priorities are. And as capacity admits, then begin to approve the inter-district transfer requests and be able to notify families. This is a lofty goal, but we are ambitiously going to say that with a decision tonight, by the end of spring break or around the 21st of March, we may be able to notify families of the outcome of their transfer requests.
So if we decide to move forward with this 3-3 pause and try and figure out how to remap and rezone and make this work, do we have hopeful target enrollment numbers for each campus? And if this horrifically nosedives and we don't get near those numbers, do we have a plan in place to not operate another full year in extreme deficit if the students don't enroll and show up?
We can't make staffing reductions after March 15th, giving preliminary note. We have to give preliminary notices by March 15th. So if we saw that we've received all of a sudden all of these requests out, then we could potentially add to that list, but before March 15th. So essentially our first meeting in March would be our only next opportunity past next week on the 26th, which is the 26th is when we are projected to bring or plan to bring reductions to you across the board for preliminary. Because remember, again, that's also why we've talked about that we have to notice as many as could potentially be impacted on a preliminary basis and then finalize by May. But as we have every year, we can't make reductions in staffing other than not filling vacancies past that date. This last year, we moved people at the beginning of the year rather than filling vacancies as we had done in the past.
And as we talk about attrition, like transferring in and out of districts, don't both districts need to agree to that transfer? And if we choose not to agree, do we have any consequences for that, or can we actually hold them to any of that?
Right now, the way that our administrative regulations, because you're talking about inter-district transfers, which are different than intra-district transfers.
So if you can explain both, so the
Yes.
public's aware of
Yeah.
what we can and can't approve, and if we don't approve it, do we really have any power to do that?
Right. So when we talk about the intra-district transfers, those are students who live in our district and want to stay in our district and want to attend a school other than their neighborhood school. We have full control over our ability to say yes or no. And there have been years where we have had to limit based on a school's capacity. There have been schools where we have always had the freedom to be able to say yes. So if we got 10 requests one year, yes to every. If we got 100, yes to every. Because the schools typically have been operating under their full staffing ratios. So they had lots of room to be able to say yes. When we look at inter-district transfers, the way that we currently have it set up, there are about 12 different reasons that a family may request to attend a school other than Santa Rosa City Schools. These are people who either live in Santa Rosa and want to attend a school that is not one of the Santa Rosa City School districts, or students who live outside of our attendance boundaries and want to attend one of our schools. It is important to know that kind of the unknown piece to all of this are charter programs, because charter programs have a separate application process and they don't go through the traditional inter-district. That was one example of where we got caught off guard, where one of our local districts expanded their 7-8 charter from one class of 7th graders and one class of 8th graders to having additional sections. And because they don't go through the inter-district transfer process, we were caught off guard and did not realize that there was going to be 100 fewer 7th and 8th graders in our district. But typically, it is a 3-step process to be approved for an inter-district transfer. The parent fills out the application. The exiting school district has to approve that request, and then the entering school district has to approve that request. If there is one of those two schools that says, no, we do not have capacity, the family can apply for an appeal. They appeal to Sonoma County, and we regularly do attend appeal meetings, either because another district has said no to one of our families who wanted to attend their school, or vice versa. The most common request falls into one of basically 3 big areas. I have always been outside the Santa Rosa City School District, and I want to continue doing so. That's the first and kind of most frequent reason that we hear. I started this program in kindergarten. I'm now a 5th grader. I want to stay with that program. The second is, I have a sibling that is in this other program, and I don't want to split up my family. An older student was going through the process. They got approved. Now I want the younger child to be able to go with them. The third and kind of the most kind of unique situations that we're hearing is that there are programs outside of Santa Rosa City Schools that we cannot duplicate. There are programs like the new program called Sonoma County Virtual Academy that is run by Windsor Unified School District, which is basically an online model. So it's called Sakova. And we are seeing an increase in the number of students who want to attend Sakova, because when they asked for independent study in our district, we had to say, I'm sorry, we have 40 students on a waiting list and there won't be space available to give you an alternative option within our district. So that is one area that if I were looking in the, the crystal ball and saying, what is an opportunity for us? It would be looking at what kinds of alternative models could we start offering?
And to piggyback on that, there is actually that is one of our plans as far as how we recoup and increase the revenue side, is to look at those things. We've had a lot of work done in ed services to make that happen. So at any rate, so that that is something that we are working on.
A couple of questions on this. And first off, I really appreciate you writing this down, because our conversation on it yesterday, I think, was really important. But us verbally saying it in the middle of a 4-hour meeting, the number of people that will be able to digest it compared to having it on a slide is important. For the intra-district transfers, one of the things we're talking about in both scenarios is further specialization of programs at the individual campuses. And we have different feeders contemplated for those different programs. Several are charters that then head into a non-charter 712 or 912, depending on future actions, not tonight. And that's not just the language programs, but obviously the arts charter has a very blatant intent to feed into ArtQuest. Where and within this process are we prioritizing and enabling the choice we're actively trying to create? Like, are we going to tell people that they are only going to get access to the IB language school if they live in the IB language, regardless of where they had gone for those feeder intents? And then
No.
I'm hearing you say no, so can you explain how within the policy
Yes.
it's no if
So-
we're getting close to capacities here?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we do have as one of our current priorities is acceptance into specialty programs. And there are right now 4 unique programs that have been identified under the current policy, which is one of the reasons why step 4B exists. Right now, the 4 specialty programs that are specifically identified in our current administrative regs, which is 5116.1, if you like to read policy like I do.
5116.
5116.1.
Thank you.
Yeah. But the 4 programs that are specifically called out are the ArtQuest program, which requires an additional application process. The Early College Magnet program at Pioneer High School, which requires an additional application process. The International Baccalaureate program at Montgomery High School, which does not require an additional application process, but under today's current model is available at the junior and the senior year. Although one of the discussions that has been coming out of all of these conversations, because yes, this is incredibly impactful and very uncertain, but there are some opportunities for some improvements. And Montgomery has been talking about trying to expand the International Baccalaureate program, whether that's going wall to wall at certain grades or even pushing it all the way down to grade 7. The 4th program that is specifically called out is the university program. There are other specialty programs, but the way that our current administrative regs are written right now, those are the 4. So when a family is interested in a specialty program, they pursue that alternative application process. And if they are accepted, then that helps approve their priority of the transfer requests. It is important to know that at least one of those specialty programs does have in it that if you apply to attend that specialty program and then decide this is not the right fit for me, you don't grandfather into the school, then you return back to your home school. But that is the work under 4B, is to evaluate, are we naming all of the specialty programs that need to be called out? And are we taking a look at ensuring, when we look at capacity, that we have the ability, when a family has been accepted in that specialty program, to be able to support their successful matriculation through that program?
And this plan is for the closures and the impact of the students from the closures, but a part of our follow-up is the intent to do a strategic plan where we're talking about specializing not programs, but entire campuses. And so I'm going to use Pioneer Spark Center because it seems like a good example with, if someone wants to go to the science school, that's the specialty science school with the Spark Center, we're theming the campus that way. are we contemplating that we're going to have open enrollment where the neighborhood school doesn't entitle you to that preference? Similarly, my understanding is that Creo, maybe not tech, but definitely AP graduate focus for that campus as a focus. Does that mean that if you live there, you have first right? Or does that mean that we're saying that throughout the district, as we're specializing in the schools, we're giving an ability to transfer into there with equal access, since we're intending to theme the campuses that way?
Well, and I know that we might be getting deep in the weeds here, and it may not be something that we can answer all of the questions tonight. Because as the 712 models begin to really flesh out, do some branding, do some program development, I see that as being kind of a year 2 and year 3 problem that we don't necessarily, I don't think it would be possible for any of us to write a plan that both anticipates, predicts, and resolves all potential growth areas. So that is something we're going to have to be able to look at. I think it's also important to acknowledge that when we say the access to AP classes, that's not one campus. Every single one of our campuses gives our students the ability to take AP classes. They may have different AP offerings, but I want to be aware of the fact that we should not name any one campus as the place that prepares students to go to college. We had a huge number of public comment today with students, former students and alumni touting their success stories. And so I just think it's important for us to acknowledge.
And
that all of
I
our
agree with that.
students-
I only say it because that's one of the things I heard after I said the words tech high, and I got a flood of emails saying we'd actually prefer to be the AP. There's a process here, and I heard that. I guess the concern I'm saying is within all of this. In just yesterday, there was a tremendous amount of blame put on parents for not transferring or going to certain schools. And if we're intending on theming schools to not do everything everywhere, which I do think is the best way that we're going to be able to do things really excellent in some places that we do them, I'm concerned about the concept of the transfer process restricting the ability for parents to be able to send their kids to where the kids are going to thrive best, because we're now trying to specialize. And so that's what I'm getting at. And I hear that we can't fully answer it, but it is something we are starting today with some of these votes. And so I have another more detailed question, but I want to give you an opportunity to respond.
No, I just want to say that regardless of the outcome of any decisions that are made today, this specific conversation is not something that started due to the consolidation and closure conversation. This is something that I've been working with the team in educational services and information and evaluation for the 3 years that I've been in this position. And I know that my predecessors have been working on this as well, because allowing, just kind of open rein to transfers is a double-edged sword. It benefits and it harms. And I think that we have to be very cognizant of both sides of that coin.
So 2 specifics then on this plan for the impact in the next month, hopefully, 6 weeks at most, for people to get certainty sooner. One is, and specific to steel, but any other second year, anyone who is going to be outside of the steel boundary change in year 1, but wanted to stay there for year 2 would have a priority to stay there. And in the reverse, anyone who would be in the steel boundary but wish to start their child off at their future school based on, because we have the year 2 map, and want them to have a priority to transfer into where their school would be in year 2, and let them make the choice of whether they move year 1 or year 2.
Yeah, and that is why we have to do step 4B there. Because right now, our priorities do not even acknowledge that a school closure or consolidation exists, and there is not a current process for prioritizing that.
So just making sure, especially in the steel, and I'd say anywhere where there's certainty in the closure in year 2, that the parents have the option to go in year 1 or year 2. And then
Within capacity, but yes.
within capacity, but to the extent possible. And then in the supports for this, and I appreciate reach out to families because it's the proactive language I'm looking for. I'm figuring out how to encourage or coax a stronger language for the proactivity. Is it because it's not just the reach out, like here's an email and a phone call, but like some students may need to be pursued. Not all parents get Parent Square. Double working family house. Like how do we really proactively do it? And are we contemplating like an ombudsperson for the grades where there's focus on, because the proactivity is key for making this work, especially for the families where they're not able to be tracking this whole process and with us here till midnight, many nights in a row.
Right. Well, and right now the plan is to have 2 separate letters go out tomorrow. One letter is going to the entire community, updating them on this transfer plan, because some of the people who need to hear this aren't technically or directly being impacted by decisions that are being made tonight. They still need to know the information. The second letter that will be going out tomorrow is planned to go only to those families whose boundary lines have changed. And then the next step in this is, I like that word, we're doing outreach. I prefer the phrase search and serve. And one of the strategies that we did when we had the adjustment and the impact of the closure of Cook is that not just for 1 year, but for a number of years, we had an active connection process with the school counselors, having conversations with families, having school administrators call in families and say, you remember that you used to be on a feeder line that said that you went from this school to that school. You're now in a feeder line that has you go from this school to that school. Were you aware of this? So that during those traditional windows where families will be applying, that there would be that additional support. So it's not just the families who already have their calendars marked, because there are some families that are like that, but that we would be doing some search and serve to support those families impacted by decisions tonight. If you're asking me for the specifics of that, it's very difficult until I know how many campuses, how many students, and we're going to be able to be working on that as the spring continues.
I'm asking for the commitment to the full throttle proactivity, not the specifics.
We need a motion to extend the meeting.
I move to extend to 11:30.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, meeting extended to 11:30. Trustee Jenkins?
Yes, regarding the boundaries and outreach, and the whole process, does that also include literally everyone in Santa Rosa? Because the high school boundaries will impact everyone?
As long as they are one of our students, yes.
They're not our students yet, the feeder districts, all of the feeder districts. This impacts every single one of our feeder districts. I'm hoping that they are getting plastered with information.
We have gone through their superintendents, but that's above my.
I know that have been discussions about our process. We have not had those outreach until we have a decision to be able to share anything. There's not much for us to go on, other than we did share with them that we were having the town halls. We've had, there are spaces we are having conversations at cabinet levels when we're interacting with people.
Then maybe a request that we're working with with the smaller districts who are coming into us to make sure, like proactively getting that information out. Personally, I know I've said this before, but coming in from a feeder district and giant decisions being made that impacted my kids and I didn't know about it, it just continues to create divide and break that trust.
So this conversation about notification and transfers is really important, but I'm wondering if, this is a genuine question, is this necessary to go further into this in order to decide between the scenarios?
Some of it is, specifically for the 3-3 pause, it looks to me like there's about 200-ish capacity spots at Rincon Valley Middle School. For families that in year one being when we haven't had the opportunity to develop or approve a 7-12 program, what would we contemplate as a transfer request process if we were to receive more than 200 requests, and what would the expectation be for how that would be prioritized?
So just like we do in every year, once we identify how many requests are for being at the school, then we identify how many spaces are available. So let's say we have 250 requests, we have 200 spaces available. We would then start with the highest priority and we would approve those first. Then we would go to the second priority, then we would go to the third priority. There have been years where we've had to limit it to only certain priorities because we just simply didn't have the room.
For the sake of this specific example, so 7-8 students wishing to transfer to Rincon Valley Middle to stay in a 7-8 model in year one under the 3-3 pause, can you state those priorities 1, 2, 3?
Well, and again, if I were to, because yes, I could absolutely tell you the 7 priorities as they are written today. They do not address the question that you're asking because we have not yet revised them to acknowledge the impact of closure and consolidation. So that would have to happen. Then we would, my recommendation to our cabinet team is to reorder some of them to account for some of the potential impacts of this. But just telling you how they are currently written won't answer your question.
Is there a way to get a sentiment on what the priority is? So wanting to stay in a 7-8 model, would that be a priority?
I think that right now, the way that it is currently written, absolutely, it falls under the any reason not listed of the ones above. That's what we would be taking a look at, is how to rewrite those priorities to be able to acknowledge some of the different impacts like what you're talking about. We don't have it written yet because we have to look at what the decision is to be able to do that.
Trustee Kirby?
Just to, I guess, follow up a little bit on that, just so we're not surprised again. Obviously, you said we're counting on Comstock and Santa Rosa Middle 7-8 students to fill the 7-12 model at Elsie. Are we assuming that those students are going to?
Can I make a clarification?
Yeah,
Elsie
sure.
hasn't had a feeder, right, since we closed
Okay.
CCLA in 2019. And so, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, and it would open up a feeder for students who haven't been able to go to middle school in a public middle school in South Santa Rosa to go to Elsie.
Well, exactly. That's why I was bringing it up. Yeah.
So yes, some of Comstock and as well Santa Rosa and Slater.
And Slater.
Because they were dispersed to those 3. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, are they going to want to come back if we vote tonight that Elsie is going to be the school to close? Are we certain that those parents are going to want to start their students at the school?
We aren't certain. There's not any way that we can be certain of any of the enrollment projection. So yeah, absolutely.
What, specifically to the LC question, would we be contemplating in year one having the non-language immersion neighborhood preference students at CCLA be able to choose to stay at CCLA, or would we be moving all of them to LC in the 3-3 pause?
From a fiscal perspective regarding staffing, we would recommend consolidating with the LC model.
So that would mean discontinuing
The
comprehensive
non-
middle school services for the middle school students at CCLA with the 3-3 pause.
Because otherwise we have to overstaff at CCLA. We have to essentially duplicate staff at CCLA compared to Santa Rosa High. And that's one of the areas where we do contribute from our general fund to CCLA is related to the non-dual immersion students. So in the current plan, which obviously could be amended, but that is our recommendation would be to assume the transfer of those students into LC Allen.
Because and I attended a parent meeting on Monday night, and there was unity in thought on wanting to maintain a TK8 model, but there was a strong divergence in whether or not that would work with or without the comprehensive services, the comprehensive program, the band, the sports, the basketball team. And so that's a very real consequence of right now.
It can be. That does not preclude because at 7th and 8th grade, they're not in CIF. So there's not any reason that you can't have some joint athletics and things like that.
And so similar then, I guess, to the Montgomery pre-planning, have we pre-planned how we'd be doing that transition? How we would be keeping the comprehensive clubs, band, athletics, and all those things for the CCLA students that would be losing, that could be losing them with the transfer out of like 300 of their, because you said comprehensive middle school needs at least 300 middle schoolers. We're saying we're not going to have that now in year one under this plan. So I'm trying to understand what the plan is to what does that look like?
So we haven't really talked about it in those terms. I think that just off the top of my head, if the 7th, 8th graders were to go, the non-dual immersion 7th and 8th graders were to go to LC, those 7th and 8th graders, along with the 7th and 8th graders from CCLA, would form joint teams. So those kids would still be together to do athletics and whatnot. It would be harder with band and things like that, where we would have to probably split a teacher between CCLA and another school site in order to maintain that program, unless it was a before school or after school kind of thing, in which case it would be easier. Like we were saying earlier in the beginning, we are going to have to use the fields and the gymnasiums from the middle schools, even if the schools don't have students. And I think that would be the same thing with athletics for the 7th and 8th graders that would be attending LC.
I mean, those are my questions on the transfer.
Yeah.
Part of it. So, I mean, it's revealing more consequences of the choices tonight. And so fully fleshing this out, I think is important because, that's, in one way, we're saying we're not having to move the charters or do anything like that now, but we are saying we're moving a huge cohort now, and that's going to have, that between now and August, similar to the current enrollment patterns at the arts charter, where 7th and 8th grade, we get a drop off, and the same thing we saw with the French American school before they split to have the classes at Slater, we saw that drop off because then we're saying these students aren't going to have access to those programs anymore. And that's a big deal. And so I appreciate having the conversation and revealing it. Now it's more for me to be thinking on, so.
Absolutely. And it is something that, again, the board can provide a preference on how we move forward with that. If it's that is not what we do, then that's how we move forward.
So it is 10 o'clock at night, and we have students here who are waiting to hear about the fate of their school. It's important that we talk through everything, but I need to know what it is that you still need to talk through. Or if anyone is ready to make a motion for a particular scenario.
I'm ready to make a motion, but I don't want to take away the opportunity for questions or discussion if that's still needed.
I'm not seeing a scenario that gets us to the budget cuts that we need to have the extra program staff for a lot of things we're talking about. We just in this one conversation around LC and CCLA, we talked about needing to have teachers potentially split between campuses, travel, athletics programs being coordinated between that. And earlier we had a conversation about the fact that next week we're likely going to cut all the people that would actually be doing those things. And then we're talking between two scenarios where one shows a higher budget savings, the other shows a lower budget savings, a slightly better difference if we successfully negotiate away the 7th period with SRTA. But still, both of those could result in us not having the money to actually do the things we're talking about needing to do to make some of the logistics here work. So the struggle with that is which direction we go. Like, we're talking about how far into the 3% reserve that we're funding right now with bond interest we commit to going to be in a non-qualified status. So I don't want to close any of the 7 schools being proposed here. This isn't about one school. It's about all of them. And a part of this is also a massive transformation that I do believe from all of the research and all the studies will work, the 7-12 model. But that's a massive transformation, and we're talking about the speed at which we're going to be making that transformation and having the difference of being able to do it over 2 years versus 1 year, and having roughly 200 spots in a 7-8 for parents that still have fear about it. And so I really want a path forward that doesn't close LC. I really want a path forward that doesn't close our middles. I want a path forward that doesn't close Biella. And fundamentally, we're at a place where there have been decisions made for years where where the district didn't make hard choices. Just last year, there were 67 layoff notices, and I believe only 7 of them were actually followed through on. If we had actually followed through on more of those layoffs, we could have entire school campuses not being talked about this year. You know, I bring up we were talking about the Cook closure, and, you know, Trustee Close at the time was the one vote against it, called it irresponsible, said it was short-sighted, and said it could lead to today. And that was a decision that was made back then. I was a parent, and there was not a need to move CCLA away from Comstock. That wasn't something that anyone asked for. They just asked for a bigger campus so the program could grow. And the board said, we're going to move you to Cook, which created all these elementary district issues and created this whole situation. And so we're here struggling with decisions that have been made before us. And I'm being faced with options that continue to kick the can down the road. And I want to have that hope, but I'm also hearing, like, we have a trustee who helped create this process that we're in today, coming to us tonight and saying that we didn't do an equity analysis that she didn't put into the process. Like, we are struggling here. Yesterday was our 2-month anniversary of being sworn in, and we're struggling with 10 years of bad decisions. I don't want tonight to be one where we're sitting here next year making another bad decision because we didn't make a good one today.
So if I can address kind of the staffing question. So in terms of last year, people that we brought back, most of which were brought back due to vacancies, meaning that, you know, through attrition, people left, people retired, and whatever. And so we had to bring people back. So that's why some of them were pulled back. But in terms of staffing for this upcoming year, the way that we are calculating in order to right-size the district has to do with the actual need, not based on a specific school site, but based on district-wide, how many math teachers do we need? How many biology teachers do we need? How many of each of those? And actually having a 7-12 together, we already have teachers that are traveling between sites. We have 2 teachers that are going from CCLA to LC every day. So we already have teachers that are having to do that. At least if the 7-12 was on the same site, they wouldn't have to do as much traveling as they're doing. But in terms of not, in order to staff appropriately, regardless of whether we do 7-12 or whether we kept all the middle schools open, we would still have staff that would be going between 2 sites because financially there's no other way to do it.
Trustee Jenkins?
I just have a process question. So since there are, I guess we have 2 options on the table, what is the process for a vote like this when there's 6 people? Like, are we doing one at a time? Are we, I know you're ready to make a motion, but I'm just wondering, like, the process. I know, still new.
Namita, can you speak on this? Namita is our lawyer. So someone would make a motion on one of the scenarios, and we would do a roll call vote, yes or no, on that scenario. The motion can be for one of the scenarios as is. It could be with amendments, modifications. Yeah, so it would be for a specific scenario. The motion would pass or fail. If it fails, then we would continue discussion. There could be a motion for a different scenario. Any other questions?
Can we,
I had, if, we're kind of thinking about this still, I had prepared some words and a statement and have been kind of finding the right time to share this. And maybe as we're thinking about what our votes are going to be, this might be the right time. I'd like to speak to the history of our community. The story of Southwest Santa Rosa's educational landscape is one of continuous change and often continuous challenge. In 2019, we closed Lawrence Cook Middle School, disrupting a crucial feeder pattern. Over the years, we've seen the growth of charter schools in surrounding areas, drawing students away from their neighborhood schools, not necessarily because families preferred those schools, but because they were made to feel it was their only choice for a quality education. This perception, this stigma, has been perpetuated despite evidence to the contrary. Yet through all of this, LC Allen has remained steadfast, serving 900 to 1,000 families who actively choose to be a part of our community. The portrait of Sonoma County describes our city as a tale of two cities, living side by side, yet a world apart. What's often missed in this and social mobility barriers. While local government, social services, nonprofits, and healthcare systems have worked to address these inequities, closing LC Allen would unravel decades of progress. Look at what LC Allen means today. It's where 30% of our students, 30%, 1 in 3 of our students are English language learners, supported by specialized staff and schedules. It's where our award-winning marching band, ballet folklorico, and mariachi programs keep cultural traditions alive. It's where nearly 100 students participate in our health career pathway program with Sutter Health. It's where our Next Gen Trades Academy creates paths to high-paying jobs. It's where our foundation awards over $170,000 in scholarships annually. Consider Daniel Nguyen, he's actually a friend of my younger brother's, class of 2017, who went from our halls to Harvard, Catherine's little brother, who went from our halls to Harvard and now works as a software engineer at Google. Think about Judith Correa, class of 2004, who rose from student board member to chief operating officer at Santa Rosa Community Health. These aren't exceptions, they're examples of what's possible when we invest in our community. Let me address some persistent myths that have clouded this entire conversation. First, there's a myth that families don't want to send their children to LC Allen. The reality, 900 to 1,000 families have chosen our school. Many aren't defaulting to LC. They're choosing it for its unique programs, its supportive environment, and its role in their community. But yes, some families face barriers, not from lack of desire, but from systemic inequities we should be working to dismantle, not reinforce. Second, there's a myth that despite district investments, the school is failing. The facts tell us a different story. Our graduation rates are rising post-COVID. Our AP scores exceed national averages. Our foundation awards so much in scholarships. From our Next Gen Trades Academy to our public safety career pathway, we offer unique programs that serve our community's very specific needs. Third, there's a myth that lower enrollment makes LC students easier to relocate. This fundamentally misunderstands our community. Many of our students already face significant barriers to getting to school. We've seen it. Our kids talked about it in the press today. Removing their only public high school option won't just create inconvenience. It could lead to dropping out entirely or leaving our district for more accessible options. Finally, there's a devastating myth that closing LC Allen would cause the least harm. Let's be absolutely clear about the reality. First, the financial assumptions don't hold up. The idea that we'll save 3.8 million assumes our students will simply transfer to other SRCS schools. But our community is strong and they identify with schools in Roseland. Many families will likely choose Roseland District schools or others closer to home. This doesn't just erase our projected savings, it could actually deepen our deficit. Second, the transportation impact would be devastating. There are only 3 options within Southwest city limits to cross Highway 101. Hearn, Baker, and Sebastopol downtown. Only 4 routes to cross Highway 12. I'm not going to go through all that again. For many of our families who already face transportation barriers, this isn't just an inconvenience, it's an insurmountable obstacle that could lead to dropping out entirely. Third, we're not just closing a school, we're dismantling a community hub. The Santa Rosa Community Health Clinic wasn't placed at LC Allen by choice or by chance. It was positioned there by choice, specifically to serve an underserved community. This clinic provides vital healthcare services that aren't readily available elsewhere in Santa Rosa. Moving it defeats its purpose entirely. Fourth, we risk creating the only trustee area, my area, in our district with no schools within its boundaries. This isn't just about administrative lines on a map. It's about equity, representation, and community identity. My trustee area will be erased. Some suggest they don't want to roll the dice on keeping LC open. It's heartbreaking. But tonight I implore you, my fellow board members, to question what we're really gambling with. I ask you to go beyond whatever thoughts you have about LC, what your concerns are, and look at the whole picture. One that includes students with the deepest needs and who have the hardest hills to climb. When we talk about stigma, when we hear statements that some families would never send their children to LC Allen, we must ask ourselves, are we change leaders or are we perpetuating the systemic racism that has historically been forced on marginalized communities? We've seen what intentional efforts can achieve. Look at how our music program has built strong connections between CCLA and LC Allen, creating a pipeline that's already showing results. Through intentionality, we have been able to make change happen, but these changes need time. And this is what we're being offered, is time. The 3-4-0 scenario offers us a path forward. Our community and schools already look to LC as a model for building belonging, where students feel supported regardless of their background or how recently they joined our community, where 70% of classes were A through G compliant before it was mandated, where specialized programs serve students labeled as severely disturbed with care and attention they can't find anywhere else. Tonight's decision is about more than numbers. It's about whether we'll be the board that understood the true cost of closing a community's only public high school, or the one that chose expediency over equity. It's about examining our own values and ensuring our decisions truly reflect our stated beliefs about equity. Closing LC Allen would be a disaster to our district in ways we can't yet imagine, both historically and practically. Ripping away the support system from students who don't have access to transportation, health services, and the sense of community that a neighborhood school provides would be devastating. This isn't just about where these students will attend school. This loss will have ripple effects throughout our city and our county. Our district will be recognized either for its commitment to all of our students and families, or for catering to those who have the means to mobilize within a system created to give them the most power to begin with. We can be the board. We can be the board that recognized that 900 to 1,000 families choosing LC Allen means something. We can be the board that understood that a community's identity, hope, and future are worth fighting for. We can be the board that chose to stand with our most vulnerable students when they needed us most. I think we all know what the right decision is here. We do. Please, let's keep LC Allen open.
Trustee Manieri, do you have a motion for us? Go ahead.
One of the areas that we've been talking about is attendance and the importance and the importance of our community and our students showing up. And Dr. Bardelli just did a quick calculation while you were sharing. And if we were to have a 4% increase in attendance at LC Allen from 88%, which is an increase over, so they have been increasing, and I'll let Dr. Castro speak to that. Essentially, it would erase it would cover the difference in savings.
Just quickly, the difference with or without the 7th period.
That would be based on their current on 9 through 12.
So 4% would also keep the 7th period.
That would get, if you're talking about the difference in the scenarios, that would
I'm talking about
cover
the
that easily.
negotiated $1 million.
That it could cover that. It's essentially, if that didn't happen, if we're just talking about today's dollars, 88% attendance to 92% attendance would essentially cover that.
They've been involved in an attendance initiative actually over the last 5 months actually that's been raising their attendance regularly. I don't have the specifics right now at the moment, but I was just on their campus about a week ago and they gave me the numbers. I was actually quite impressed by them. So I'm very hopeful about that, yeah.
Thought that it was important. We thought that it was important to share the impact that the community can have in encouraging students to attend.
You said it's grown, the attendance has grown recently. Is that this year it's grown or from last year?
I know that there's been a significant change over the last, I think it's 4 to 5 months. I met with their administration and they have a new initiative. The 4 administrators on staff, they're working very hard on that. They have very detailed steps that they're taking with their counselors and some incentives and whatnot. I mean, actually, if I'm able to speak freely, there are a number of things that the campus is doing that have really shown on a number of different ways that both culturally and academically, they've made some significant improvements. So, I mean, not like there was anything that I could say negative about it, but there's some like real significant changes. So, yeah.
Let me throw out a scenario. If we took actions today on this pause, and I have lots of reservations about what I'm going to say, so this is a scenario, not a recommendation. If we were to go with a 3-3-0, so a 3-3 pause, and we were to specifically say we're looking at a combination of this negotiation and rest of this year attendance changes to close that gap, because the 4% is also the gap that we were talking about yesterday in attendance between Montgomery and LC that was a part of the discussion. So, you know, if we were to move with the pause scenario that was specifically looking at that particular change, and we got the 4%, when we're looking at cash flow, you're saying that that would give us confidence that our cash flow, and I'm talking cash flow, I'm talking certification, I'm talking money to pay for people to do things better. So across all 3 of those criteria, you're saying that a 4% bump in attendance of the current students, so we're not talking about attraction, we're not talking about retention, we could use that as a way to have faith in having those savings.
So again, we have to think about where we are in the year. We have very little time between now and P2. So and that's what we're funded on. So I wouldn't expect to see that increase for what we're funding on next year when we're looking at the calculation. But as far as trending in the right way to actually make a true impact on the bottom line, yes, and that would be important to see across the board.
I'm saying as an indicator.
Mhm.
So
Yes,
we
as
would,
an
if we
indicator,
were
that would
saying
be a
as an
great
indicator by the end of the year, we saw that change and that would give us faith that the trend line would continue to next year. That if that trend continued into next year,
Mhm.
that would be the funding that we're talking about here, 4%.
That, yes, in that, yes, it would be an indicator. I have a concern with tying to one specific school's attendance rate, the fate.
Yeah,
you know,
I do
of the
too.
budget.
That's why I'm resting, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to flesh out because that's a very real way to, that's one potential real way to discuss this. I mean, it could be a similar type of average across the entire district, but you know, first tangible element of this
that is
pause
a
scenario where I can see something that
measurable
can actually
metric,
measurable.
yes.
It's something that we can do by the end of the year. We could notice in March pending. So, you know, it would give us the ability to, it would give us an indicator that give us the ability to know. I don't like it. I don't like a lot of this, but yeah.
I have a question because I'm not, are you saying for next year, a closure for 24-25 determining between now and May? Because
Well, I'm trying to figure out what
would
the
not be
4% you're
doable.
talking about is meaning.
Right.
So that it wouldn't mean that. So we'd still be looking at 1 year out. Okay.
Yes, definitely.
So I appreciate the advocacy for Elsie. I also did not sign up to close a high school. I do want to say though that nobody signed up to close a high school, and it has been something that has been pushed forward again and again and again. And any of us would be doing the same thing if it were the high school that was our community, was our single community. I think it's really important to say that. We still need to be fiscally responsible. And I still want our kids to have programs, and I still am not for all of the 7 to 12s, just to put that out there. But I truly appreciate the advocacy in this room up here. So I guess it sounds like we're probably ready, but I just needed to say that because it's really important to know that everyone has a huge community behind them in Santa Rosa. All of the schools have a huge community behind them. All of them would be coming forward with lawsuits if people were faced with closures. So thank you.
So the two scenarios we're looking at tonight and we need to take some action on, and everyone's sitting on pins and needles, is we're looking at a 3-3 pause with plenty of reservations, and we're looking at a 3-3-1 with detrimental immediate consequences and trauma. My main issue is that second number, that 3. I'm really struggling with pushing forward 7-12 campuses, and we're removing our comprehensive middle school option. But that's in both scenarios. So what we're talking about tonight, we have to do something painful with our comprehensive middle school programs. That being said, it is incumbent upon us to all do better, and at a district level, ensure that we are checks and balances and not having over expenditures and being very intentful with our future and current spending so that we're not in these situations, so that we can use what funding we have available to provide these educational opportunities. This cannot be another missed shot in the barrel. We've got to get this is our time to get it right. And we have an opportunity to put it out to the community to help us get it right. And if we miss the mark again next year, we're not going through this 8-month process again to re-identify. We know where we're at tonight. Can we get better in the next 1 to 2 years? Or are we closing? So that's what we're faced with. And we all are in this together to move forward and to do better.
I just want to say, kind of in response to you, Sarah, that, I know my community really intimately, and I can speak to it in this way because of that. I mean, this is my community, but I have been adamant from the beginning that closing any of our high schools would just be so detrimental to any quadrant in the center of our city. I would be advocating for any high school that is facing this. It sucks that it has to be my community high school. And so, this is the position that I'm in, but honestly, I have been advocating from the beginning for no closures of any high schools.
I can't make any of you make a motion, but we need a motion.
I think it's because we feel like we're talking in circles and we're not. Can we flesh out, instead of in motion form, can we flesh out the 330 proposal? So it's currently, it says 330, we've now called it 33 pause. Are we saying it's 33 pause LC Allen, or are we saying it's 33 pause come back to re-choose a high school? Because I think that's not written down, and we said that what we're voting on is what's written down. So I need to know, because if we're coming back and going through every high school again, that's very different than having picked one tonight. So what is the intent?
I'm wondering if staff has a recommendation, because you're the ones in talk with SCO. This is, something we're doing collaboratively with them. I'm just, not that that'll be, I'm not saying that that's going to be what we motion, but I'm just curious if you have a recommendation.
I don't feel that that's necessary. We haven't talked about anything other than this since yesterday, because this was the direction that the board asked us to go to. So I did not have that conversation with SCO as far as choosing Elsie over a different high school. We did have the conversation about the specific issues surrounding Elsie and the lack of options within that area within SRCS that would likely drive further enrollment to other districts, other programs. So that was what we talked about, but we did not have the conversation about any other high school or whether we should go back through the process, because at that point, based on yesterday's direction from the board, it was moved forward with bringing Elsie.
I don't want to say that I could be there on the 3-3 pause with just making it specific to Elsie, but I definitely can't be there on the 3-3 pause if we're saying we're going to reinitiate a process of evaluating the schools in next year, because it has been so traumatic for them going through it. So I need to get this down to more certainty. I feel like the two places where the biggest amount of uncertainty is picking a school now. And then I feel like the other one is the collective bargaining agreement element, which I feel like is a necessary litmus test, because if we don't have that $1 million, then we don't have that $1 million, and that's almost an entire elementary campus. So I can get to a place with a 1-year 3-3 pause with certainty on a campus in the 1 million. And I need to hear more conversation around the middle school impacts from my fellow trustees before I can go all the way down there. But those would be necessary for me to consider this option.
What if it was a 3-3 pause and we evaluate as a district, like as a whole district?
I would believe we'd be evaluating as a whole district the funding available. I'm talking about the evaluation of which school would be closed if it wasn't. So I'm not talking about specific enrollment changes at LC. I think we've heard a scenario where enrollment changes could resolve it just at LC, but I think the indicators need to be on the district side and overall, and need to be taken in conjunction with reinvestments in programs. It cannot exclude our need to restore our academic rigor and other enrichment programs. But across the district, I think makes more sense from what we have available. But what I would want to decide today is that we're not going to come back and reevaluate all the schools again. And we're making a decision on what the closure would be if we didn't see that change.
I'm also curious about the impacts because it was flushed out with the charter removal part of the 7/8s going to places. That it seems like that would still be a pretty significant factor with specifically like Surfax, how their charter is written and the charter stuff.
So they are dependent charters. You are the board for the charters. So there's a revision process that comes forward. But again, it is you as their board implementing that as well, as far as any changes. However, I guess that's something that I would look to Vicky on the staffing piece for any, questions about whether there's right now with SR Facts specifically, their 7 and 8 is already at Slater. And so there's not room at their current location to move 7 and 8 onto the Doyle Park campus, to separate that, to uncouple it from the Slater movement. So I think that's one of the things to talk about as far as that. I don't see a way around moving them at a separate time from Slater. CCLA, I think that's where we would have to have the discussion about what would the number of sections be if we were to say, okay, the non-dual language doesn't go or the whole thing goes. I think that's a bigger conversation. That I really need staffing from.
Because the comprehensive, non-comprehensive immediately for next year has a huge impact on that part of the CCLA. Does that have to be decided? Like, is there an immediate fiscal impact if the comprehensive stays into year 2?
Well, the thing is, we can't then at that point force the kids. If we're offering a 7-8 option at LC, the kids that are not in the dual immersion at CCLA would have the option then of staying at CCLA or going to LC. The more kids from the comprehensive program, from the non-dual immersion, that move out of CCLA, the less sustainable the program is as a comprehensive middle school. It also puts a real strain in terms of staffing it, because if we don't have enough kids to staff a full English teacher or a full science teacher, then that means that that's another person that needs to be split between sites in order to maintain the program just for those few students. So it's really unpredictable until we see what the movement of the non-dual immersion kids is.
And the part of my thought process here is a 7th grader who just transferred in could literally move schools. I mean, that's a lot of movement. And so similar to the Steele conversation of letting it be a choice in that first year. And this is the thing I liked about the phasing on it is it's the same conversation for the program at Slater with SR Facts. But similar to Steele, having the phasing on it and the choice, they'd have, having the ability to go there, but not being forced to move, could give the ability for that cohort to transition out.
So different from what happened with the French American is that the French American never had a 7-8. As their kids got old enough, they would leave French American and go to a traditional middle school because they weren't able to sustain a program. So by having those kids go to Slater, they got their French, they're getting their French 3 periods a day. The other 3 periods a day, it allows us to better staff at Slater because those students are incorporated with the rest of the population. So different though from CCLA where we have maintained a 7-8 program, comprehensive program. That wasn't the case at French American, just like it's not the case at Arts Charter where we're maintaining a comprehensive middle school program. It's more of an extended kind of elementary program at Arts.
A couple of my concerns on the 330, and I think I need to hear from other trustees on things that they would want to see if there's a way to make this something there's a way to craft something that's more addresses some of these other issues.
So as far as the issue of a year from now, if we still need to close a high school, which if we can say now that it would be LC, I don't want to go through this whole process again. I don't want to go through the committee. But I also don't really feel comfortable with, I mean, I was against closing LC to begin with, but especially with not knowing what numbers are going to be next year, I don't feel comfortable like saying definitely that it would be LC. So I'm wondering, I guess this is a question for staff, if there's a shorter version of the process of deciding a high school, if we get to that point in 1 or 2 years.
Thank you. I was just getting some guidance, and that is that from a legal perspective, if we are holding that conversation a year from now, we should be choosing between more than one school. So we could be bringing 2 schools, but it should be more than one.
And I don't know, I'm kind of coming back to what I said earlier that what I asked for and what I agreed with Sarah on is that this is a lot to put our community through, and therefore we need to be looking at a more comprehensive, holistic, through a more comprehensive and holistic lens, and we just don't have that built yet, but I do believe we can build that. I also, can we just say that we're going to, that 3-3 pause, and we're going to build a matrix through which we are going to evaluate this? I mean, I don't have enough. It feels like the pending doom, right? Like, it's like, okay, if we don't reach a certain number, then we're going to close LC. We're still doing this on the back of LC. Like, it's that still doesn't sit with me. That's not what I asked for.
So my main concern with that is to build that matrix that our district lens does need, who are we asking to do that work? Because if we're tasking our team to figure out 7 through 12 on all of our campuses in the next few months, and figure out the finances and keep the checks and balances going so we know who's doing well and what's working and what's not working. Who can we work with to make sure that matrix is built and built properly and it's not put on the same staff that will be going through cuts as well?
Yeah, I mean, what I heard Superintendent Morales say earlier is that the board would do that and that we actually have built time already that we can use to do that. I don't know, Doctora Morales, if you want to say more to that.
So yes, it could be a process that we can bring the community in to do it together. And that's what I would suggest. I have a lot of partnerships with consultants who are doing this work across the state. And if we want to maybe hire a consultant that would, kind of guide the board in that direction or guide us in that direction. So that's an option. So just giving options. Or, we can look into our community. Our community partners are also an option of who in our community is doing that work. That's also another option. So the board would just have to need to select the option that they would like to use as part of this process.
I think this issue is critical to not just our SRCS community, but to our community at large. And I'm sure, I mean, I really do believe this, that there would be community partners that would be willing to come forward and support pro bono. I do believe that.
Any further discussion, questions?
So I just want to be clear again on the metrics that you were talking about including. I heard the 4%. What else was there?
I mean, I don't know. I think that's what we were just talking about, that's something we would build with community, with experts, so that we just heard legal guidance that we should be looking at more than one school. And so I think that it's a process that we need to go through.
So is it just going to be some kind of nebulous? I don't understand. I get having to, I want more concrete kind of metrics, I guess. In my mind, I need to, like Trustee Caston was talking about, I need something more concrete down the road, some gates that need to be met, the triggers to decide what happens when we don't, or if we exceed where it is, what happens then? If we don't make it, then what happens? I'm unclear as to what is going to happen down the road. And did we set a date for this? Like when this decision needs to be happen? Is there a specific time frame? I just keep hearing a year. I don't know.
May I just clarify a point? I think you heard that my guidance was that you should have more than one school. What my guidance was is that if you say today that you're only going to look at LC next year and the law changes and the law requires you to look at more than a school, there are other metrics that come into play that talk about looking at the disparate impact or whatever the law may require. By holding on to one school, you're actually limiting your choice and maybe even engaging in an illegal action there. And so I'm just trying to get us to a place where you get to exercise options, but you don't limit yourself to such a narrow band that you have nowhere to go. That is the point. And in terms of creating a matrix, it could be community driven. There are, as as Dr. Morales said, there are other third-party entities, and I'm not talking about just consultants. You have UC Berkeley, you have Stanford that actually come to the community and create matrix. So San Francisco Unified used Stanford to create their matrix because they were looking at big district-wide consolidation efforts. So there are many options here, but I wanted to clarify that the point about limiting to one school is just that you're not backed into a corner where you have no choice just in case the state changes what the metrics ought to be.
Can I ask a quick question on that? So we went through an 8-month process with consultants that came in and professionally guided us using a process that was set up with guidance through the Attorney General's process. And I'm trying to understand what the equity matrix, what's the difference between that and all of those criteria and an equity matrix is? What is the tangible difference of this new evaluation system?
You know, I don't know how the equity matrix is being used in this district. The Attorney General's process is the Attorney General's process that most districts are utilizing. But that is not, because there are so many districts that are going through consolidation processes. There are so many districts that are going through layoffs. What we can't predict is if there are going to be new metrics that arise out of changes in the legislation. And if that happens and you're evaluating next year based upon this year's data and process, is it going to comply with what the law requires next year? That is my only concern.
I absolutely hear that. And I made that request, and everything you've said makes sense. So I wouldn't have that request, but it then drives a need for more certainty, because what I'm hearing is we're going to do a process that sounds an awful lot like a process that the previous board, including my fellow trustees up here right now, voted to do, that specifically laid out a process to look at equity, including.
It didn't, but it didn't.
But you vote, this is the process that, okay. I'm going to turn this off right now because.
To clarify, we are not talking, what Namita is talking about is not going back through the School Consolidation Advisory Committee. We would not do that whole process over again. It is specifically looking at the other piece of it if there's something that comes in a change through law, or should the board decide through your strategic planning of what that equity matrix looks like, or whatever those parameters are. If there's no change in law, you've laid out how it is that you would determine that. I think that's the thing. We wouldn't be talking about the whole 8-month process again. It would be looking at this data that would be gathered between now and the time that you would make a decision, and it would be the board making the decision.
Correct. The tool would be the process, right? Like, we build the tool. We don't go through the whole closure and consolidation committee process again. We don't have to. It sounds like at this point, law could change. That's what I'm hearing. The tool would be how we evaluate and make the next decision. And so I'm thinking theoretically could go through that process a lot much quicker if the data is ours and it's at our disposal, than going through an 8-month process. We wouldn't have to do that all over again.
And the matrix could be created as part of the strategic plan. It could be embedded as part of that plan, because that's how we're talking in the strategic plan. What are our outcomes and how we're going to measure it? So it could be embedded in the strategic plan.
So I just want verification. Legally, we would not have to go through this process again. You're saying, are we opening ourselves up to a lawsuit down the road if we don't go through the steps that we just took to go through, and then we get 8 months down the road and like, oh, wait, we actually do have to go through the whole process again?
So what kind of process you select is within the prerogative of the board. That is your prerogative as a elected body. Are there going to be challenges to the process that you utilize? Yes. You went through an 8-month process. We heard today that the people would challenge the process. I'm a lawyer. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it depends. But I can't guarantee that you would not face any potential challenges. Anybody can challenge. That doesn't mean a challenge is meritorious.
I mean, this process that we went through this time, that was our choice, right? We wanted the most transparent option. If we need to revisit this next year, we do not have to choose that same option. Thoughts, questions, emotion?
It's the uncertainty. I understand that everything is going to be uncertain, but continuing on is more destructive. It really truly is. The students' grades are being impacted all year this long. Their sports are being impacted all year this long because literally no one can keep their head in the game. It's too impactful. I think that we need to make a decision tonight and move forward. Closing LC would also have impacts. And I hear you, Sarah, like I'm right there with you, honestly. And I think that there's a way forward through what we're kind of considering right now, potentially through the 3-3 pause. There's a way forward. If we choose it, where there's a will, there's a way. If we choose it, there will be a path forward. And either way, there's going to be so much healing and so much restorative work we're going to have to do. I mean, either way, we have to do that and plan for that. Either way, but the impacts of closing, again, of closing the only public high school south of Highway 12. That's
I make a motion to approve the 3-3 pause model with the caveat that the district spends a little more time to see if there's any phasing ability possible for our middle schools and our charter school programs.
Can I second that with an amendment, just that we'll also build the equity matrix through which we will evaluate the next step of this process? Then I second that.
Right, motioned by trustee De La Torre, seconded by trustee Manieri. Any further discussion?
Is there any time frame on this? Are you putting to develop the matrix to, again, any metrics?
We can make the commitment to finish the strategic plan that would include that by December. We could do it in the fall if we started actually in August.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zuniga,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
No.
Trustee Kirby,
No.
Trustee Jenkins,
No.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion fails.
Can't vote to support a process that's going to put Montgomery and Santa Rosa and Elsie in a place of continuing to read the tea leaves up here, which let's be honest about what we're saying up here. What we're saying up here is we're going to go because we didn't like the outcome of this process. That 3 of us didn't get any say in what it was going to be. We didn't like the outcome of this process, so we're going to go create another process. And if we don't hit a growth projection that we're not anticipating or funding is not being anticipated, we're going to come back here and pit the 3 schools against each other again. And I'm not saying that we're intending that. I don't think you're intending that. But I think a lot of the things that happened after each time we said things up here, simply from even some Director Kirby simply asking to see an additional scenario, got interpreted as the tea leaves changing and us planning on closing a different school. So that motion, in my opinion, would have led to a year-long version of what's happened over the last 2 years between Montgomery, Santa Rosa, and Elsie, and I'm not willing to do that to our community.
If there's another motion to entertain, I'd love to hear it because I'm not willing to shut a high school if there's any opportunity to keep it open even for another year.
I want to say that I support the 3-3 pause, not because I want to put this off by a year, but because I believe that it is the more fiscally responsible option. I want to keep our enrollment open. I believe that our community can work together to bring us to the point where we need to be to keep LC open permanently, not just for one more year.
And I really, really, really appreciate that. I do. I really do appreciate that. I just am very concerned about specifically the kids who are coming from a feeder elementary into our district with no heads up and going into a 7 to 12 model that's not done well. We were told just a week and a half ago that it could not be done well. I know things have changed today, but that's not what we were told 2 weeks ago. So I want LC to stay. I want to have 5 comprehensive high schools that do well. I also want middle schoolers to be taken care of. I also want sports and extracurriculars and CTE and all of these programs that we've worked so hard to get into our schools, in all of the schools. I want all of those things. But I don't think I don't think it's gonna work out. And I know that sucks to not have faith in our community, in our entire community. It does suck. It sucks to say that. But I think we're gonna end up back here, and it just continues to pit people against each other, and I think we need to move through it.
So we have 25 minutes. Could someone on staff speak to the consequences? We're currently at 3-3. What are the consequences if we don't come to a decision tonight?
The consequences, we would have to obviously come back with another meeting. It would have to be a special meeting or next Wednesday. But with the timeline for layoffs, it means that we would be noticing any possible schools. So it increases the number of notices that we issue substantially. And if I can clarify that, again, the reason that we brought additional information forward as far as the fiscal impact is once we had that decision to be able to have that conversation with SCO and talking about are they interpreting things like, reading potential for revenue and expenditure issues and enrollment issues the same way that we are, which is that the likelihood of us being back here to close another school if we move forward with the closure of a high school, and particularly because of Elsie's location, that we run the risk of actually further degradation of our fiscal status rather than pausing for a year and determining whether essentially we believe with their guidance and the collaboration and sticking to the things that we put forward and not adding staff where we don't need to yet, making sure that all of those fiscal things are in place. We believe that we will be okay for next year in a qualified status, and we have a real concern that it will be a further worsened status in the out years, even, the year after. So again, I just need to share that piece of it, and I understand not wanting to have our sites worried about that and what that's going to leave us like. But we may be back here in that same situation anyway if we don't if we don't have that pause. That's a possibility in the next couple of years.
And
If
that's
I can-
hearing from SCO today. That's their their guidance. They were not recommending because they provide oversight, but that was their guidance in terms of what we should do.
If I can make a motion that I think would address the parts of this that would at least enable us to not have everyone in the district getting notice next week. I'd like to move in parts both scenarios, year 1 elementary and year 2 elementary for Steel Lane. So the first bullet point under year 2 elementary and the 5 bullet points under year 1 elementary. And I believe those are exactly the same on both scenarios. Can that be confirmed? All right, with the corresponding maps, and the map in year 1 is the one that solidifies the Proctor, Lincoln, and Burbank boundaries and provides the 2-year phasing of the Northern District boundaries based on the outcome of which campuses can receive the additional capacity. And I'd incorporate that into a motion. So yeah, I'm taking, because that way if we end up hitting 11:30 and having to automatically adjourn, they don't have to come back with the full elementary district. We can actually give in the same, it's the same scenario in both. So if we can at least give them that guidance, if we continue deadlocking, then we're gonna, it'll be better for next week. So that's my motion if I have a second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zuniga,
No.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre,
So this is just approving the elementary portion of both scenarios. Aye.
Trustee Manieri,
No.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes, right? Lost count. Okay, so we can continue to discuss and hopefully come to an agreement. We have 20 minutes. Trustee Jenkins?
So if we can slow down, what would it look like if we did the 2 pause? Instead of all 3, having the scenario of what's in the 331 with keeping Elsie, but having 2 comprehensive middles next year.
There is a higher likelihood that we go into a negative
Negative, and
certification.
That's what we need to avoid.
It would be almost certain to be a negative certification.
What's the number that almost certain threshold is?
Again, we're looking at many different
Mhm.
things, but the likelihood is if we do not do that, then the number of what we have to staff at to operate an additional site is likely going to push us. It's not a hard and fast number, but I don't know that we could make up enough enough reductions in other places that it wouldn't take us past the point of essentially no return. Yeah, it would be very difficult to find another place to absorb that.
So both scenarios left, let's be very clear about that. Both scenarios are on the table for our secondary programs. We could be having a discussion next year about closing more campuses regardless. With either scenario, we move forward. So as we spend the next 17 minutes talking about this, does LC Allen get a lifeline or not is what we're deciding.
We're also doing it based on each of our own assumptions about which scenario is going to have the biggest impact on ADA and attraction. And it's really challenging because I think we're all using our own perspectives of the data, and I don't see how we're going to retain students if we don't change and improve our current academic and enrichment programs. And I'm not seeing in the pause, whether it's the 3-2, the 3-3, or the 3-4, whatever pause is, I'm not seeing the resources for us to do anything that's actually going to retain our students. And maybe I'm not, and by retain, I mean attract back. And so maybe I'm not understanding the plan here, and that might help me. Like, what is the plan under any of these scenarios to use the 2 million less, or that we're presuming off these numbers? How do we actually do better programs to get the students to come to our schools?
So essentially by not duplicating programs at every site across the district, you can focus better on improving the programs that you are offering at each site.
And I know, I just want to chime in. I know it's been said, and I'm just going to say it one more time. And I appreciate you saying our own perspective of the data, but I think listening to SCO today, where they know stuff that's happening in the county that we're not aware of, if their perspective is we would do more harm by closing Elsie because of what they know might be happening in the county that we don't yet know, I think that's that outside perspective that has a more global view of our county than we do. That's
Right.
that's what we're counting on, that perspective that is different than ours, because they know stuff about the county that I don't know, that we don't know. So I think that's why it was valuable to hear their perspective today, because they know things that we don't know yet, right? In terms of movements that might be happening in the county. So if we're going to trust their oversight and their guidance, this is the point that we would do that. I think in my opinion, if we're looking for a perspective that is not our own and is a perspective that is bigger and more global in the county.
But it's us, as in this board, trusting their perspective and guidance. So then we need to get them in here. Like, I mean, if this conversation this morning with SCO is the major game changer in all the data that we've gotten over these last 8 months, then they need to be here.
Is this some secret that they're keeping? I mean, why can't we get them here to?
I don't think it's a secret, Lisa.
No, I think that they would be willing to come and speak. I don't think that that's it. And I want to caution that it's not that this is all new information. It's really that as we are getting more information on what the board's direction is, that then impacts where those conversations go.
Let me rephrase it to the impactfulness of this data in this conversation. I think it's important that we're receiving it directly.
So I can't specify when they would be available to come and speak or what information they would or wouldn't be able to share about other districts or potential moves. I think that that is something that we need to be cognizant of, that, they are providing guidance to us on our fiscal outlook based on what are possibilities for us. And I think I just want to share that and caveat, the information being brought forward. They said that yes, it was absolutely appropriate to share that we had those conversations. I think that I don't want to overstep and put words into their mouths either.
I very much agree with Nick as far as I would like to hear information directly from SCO in a setting like this, whether that be, whenever they can make it work. Because I feel like the numbers and the data and the information changes. It seems like it changes day to day. And I personally, as a trustee, I need to trust everything that's coming into me. And if it's constantly changing, it's hard to have that trust that I want to have in the information that's coming at me. And so I would like to also, I know it's going to extend things, but I would like to hear this from SCO.
So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that whatever is not approved in cuts to school sites is going to need to be brought next week as layoffs. So if we've done 2 elementary sites, which is what, about $3 million max, then that's $17 million worth of layoffs that are going to have to be brought to the board next week. And they're going to have to be approved, because the longer that we move further away from this March 15th date to approve school closures, those notices need to be issued. Because if they're not issued by March 15th, we can't go back. So just understand that we will be bringing at least $17 million worth of layoffs next week then.
May I make a motion that we also approve, because it is also in both scenarios, the closure of Comstock and Santa Rosa Middle School campuses?
Is there a second?
So can I, sorry.
Unless
I don't
we
know if it's
finish
supposed to
the
go
other
ahead.
conversation, there's nowhere for them to go. So we can't approve them to close if we're not approving where they may go.
We can correspondingly,
We essentially can't make a motion to close schools and put them on the streets because we haven't decided on other use of
the
campuses.
motion's obviously not intended to do that. The corresponding 712 high school campuses that are also in both scenarios would be the other part of that motion. So both scenarios have some of these things here. I'm trying to address what Vicky's saying with 11 minutes left to try and narrow this down, yeah.
The issue is that without the determination on the high schools, we can't determine boundaries, which would determine the enrollment and the staffing.
Does the closure vote have to take place in a regular board meeting? Could it theoretically happen tomorrow in an emergency meeting with SCO present?
Not an emergency meeting. It would not be an emergency. It has to be a special, at least, with a
What's-
24-hour notice.
24-hour notice. So could that happen before layoffs?
So the board agenda posts on Friday. And so by Friday, I need to have the resolution done with all of those layoffs on the resolution.
Which has substantial bumping. There are major impacts.
Is there anything we can add to Trustee De La Torre's motion to convince someone to change their vote. I understand it's not a perfect scenario, but I am feeling very concerned about the harm of not making any decision at all right now.
Is there any version of the pausing that does make sense to be able to come back this year where we do noticing on the, well, no, 'cause that doesn't solve the middle school issue.
Would you consider saying that this, putting a deadline to the matrix being created in December? Is that something that could be added to a 3-3 pause, is saying, the matrix must be completed by, I don't know, December 1st. We can start working on it in, middle of July. Is there, anything that could be added to give it a deadline in terms of the pause so that it's only a year that we're considering the pause instead of 2 years? Any of that criteria that could be added to a 3-3 pause that would get anyone to kind of get on board with that plan? Because the work's going to get done. I guarantee you the work's going to get done. It's just if you want a deadline of when that work gets done, we could have it done by December 1st or, before Thanksgiving, before the first interim, which is December 15th, to then make decisions for the following year.
So I want to go back to this additional information because I'm hearing from Trustee Jenkins and Kirby and myself, and I'm interpreting here that we're hearing about data and changes that are giving significant confidence in increased enrollment. And we're not hearing the specifics of that. And I would say that we have a decade worth of decisions that cause us to have, I think, good reasons in our fiduciary responsibility to want to know it specifically. But we're offering a path forward that requires a delay, more information, where we might be comfortable with actually going with the 3-3 pause, how it is, depending on the quality of that information. And I mean, my wife is a special education assistant. We went through years of receiving pink slips every year and having to go through the trauma of trying to figure out what is going to happen if we get laid off. So I do not say it lightly when I suggest that if waiting a week to get that information and it resulting in a bunch of unnecessary notices going out is not an impact unto itself, because it absolutely is. And is that impact something that we can do to get to a place where we can get this more certain information that could lead to a place where we can all vote for what we want to vote for? Because my heart says 3-3-0 pause, don't close any high school. And I don't want to make a decision, though, that continues this reckless pattern that's led us to this fiscal cliff today. So can we get a week? I'm sorry. I'm looking, I appreciate all of the work you'll have to do with that suggestion, but and all of the, I mean, for the teachers out there, like, this is not a suggestion that is a good one, but making a reckless decision here, not having the opportunity to not close LC, but also not having the opportunity to prevent going into negative certification and not have the programs, like, we clearly need this information.
There's no guarantee any of that information is going to come forward when and if SCO is able to visit us. That's the issue. We are attempting to make a decision on faith. Faith that we are going to keep the ship steered correctly to make the right adjustments and make this work with or without Elsie. That is what we're trying to decide tonight. So no matter who comes to the table and gives us data, none of that's going to be concrete. None of that's going to be solid proof of what may or may not happen. We are all working on assumptions. So how do we move forward? And we probably can't in the next 3 minutes at this point, and it's beyond frustrating that we're going to send all these families home, this community home, without an answer, when we need to decide as leaders of how do we want to lead? Not how long we've been on this board, not who made bad decisions before us. How do we want to lead collectively? How do we want to steer this ship?
I would like to lead with the data that appears to show more certainty and increased enrollment, and I don't have that data. So that's how I want to lead, is with facts and data that show me that these decisions are being made with intention and with the future of our students in mind, and thus having enough resources to give them a good education that's better than the one today, and good enrichment opportunities that they're not getting today that's caused them to go to neighboring districts. We have to improve this district.
And if I can clarify that it's not going to be more certain data. And that's something that I need to be very clear about. It's not that. It is a likelihood of increased enrollment versus a substantial decrease in enrollment. And that's where the guidance is coming from. I mean, that's plain and simple, that's what it is.
And Lisa, maybe I'm just throwing it out there, just listening to this, but just kind of thinking about how things work sometimes. Is it possible that we're being vague about this because SCO might not want to put this information out there about a neighboring school district who might have, some issues that they're also dealing with? Like, that opens up a whole can of worms for that district. And I can understand if SCO might be being very judicious about how they share that information. Is that?
I would say that is a likely answer. Yes, that would be a likely reason for it.
The other thing, I don't want to overstep, but maybe if we could explain what happens if we leave an empty school site kind of just sitting there in our high school district.
It does become available to neighboring districts should they wish to move a charter into it. And
Look at that. Okay, so let me bring this scenario up. We close Elsie. That means that the Rosa School District can come and just take all of Trustee Area 6 because we have no schools in that district.
potentially, aside from the change in law, so there's issues around that as well. But currently, it would only be a revision to their petition, I believe.
Namita, are we able to recess until tomorrow, even if our board policy says we can only extend once? What would that look like? Like, we're recessing until a certain time tomorrow?
So basically what that would be is that you are just continuing tonight's meeting into tomorrow. You would have to take a vote, and if the majority agrees with that, you can continue this discussion tomorrow. But that would depend upon the purview and availability of the trustees.
So would we
Make
need
that
a motion?
Does it need a specific time tomorrow at this moment, or can we make the motion saying that it'll be at a time to be announced tomorrow?
I would think you would want to have a time in the motion that, for example, you could say that we recess until 2 o'clock tomorrow and we shall reconvene. But if you're reconvening, we should know where we are reconvening, because the public has a right to know where we are reconvening. And I don't know if we know if the space is available. So just FYI, those are the logistics that you need to include in notification.
Can we recess to our district training room
make it available tomorrow. I don't know about this space. We would have to talk with city chambers, but definitely I can't speak to the gyms around the campuses because those are impacted, but we could definitely make the training center available tomorrow.
Anyone want to make a motion?
Dr. Morales, there is something in the training room tomorrow that apparently, yes.
Kick them out.
Can't be.
Unfortunately, being deadlocked, I don't know how a night's sleep changes that. We're not going to get the information that's needed to change people's opinions overnight.
I need to adjourn this meeting. Are we adjourning or are we recessing?
I mean, I'll move to recess, but I can't give the details, so we can figure out if that's legal or not later. So I move to recess. No, we're at 11:31. We're already past our time to make motions, so.
Sorry, everybody. Meeting adjourned.